misfits. What's that? Huh?
Go ahead. Keep going.
To this episode of Skeptic Bible Study Strange Fire. Ooh.
Part 2.
I know. Who knew that there would even be a volume 2? Because this has been a common talking point for us. I don't think it's because I don't think it's a normal atheist talking point. We hit home on slavery mostly because the Bible talks a lot about slavery.
But for whatever repeatedly, many different times,
stamp
over and over and over again, many different times.
But James, it's the good slavery.
But God is love.
Love. He loves you so much that you better get your ass back to work for free.
Or he'll roast you alive forever. But he'll do it in a loving way. It's the
loving way.
You will understand that this is a pure act of love when he is roasting you, and that and you will just be so thankful for him and for his torture. Yeah.
And in many religions, not all of them, but in many religions, you're just burning for non-belief. So the moment that you start burning, he's like, now you believe, right? Right?
Sucks to be you, huh?
Sucks to be you. Saw 3, the end. Okay, whatever. On this episode, Strange Fire, God lists the tribes of Israel. Shmishmael.
Didn't you do that already with the census?
I know. Oh, no. 2 scoops, James. He also takes a census of the Levites, puts on more Levi's pants.
Oh, because he didn't do a census of the Levites last time because they were the priest class. Okay.
Exactly. Right. And once again, it's just a section, and yet it burns. It's, I would say, seared into my mind, though it's not as seared as when a God kills another set of Arron's sons because of strange fire.
Like Gordon Ramsay searing a steak.
How do you like your sons, Arron? Once again,
well done.
This is the good guy.
Here you go again, Arron. Take your broom and your ash and your dustpan and go sweep up your kids. What's left of them?
Yeah, whatever is left. Remember, kids, don't mess with strange fire, or a God or the creator of the universe, whatever you want to call him, will kill you. Good times. As James W. and myself, Amy Newman, swing into the Book of Numbers. I want to thank... Oh.
No, go ahead.
I want to thank everyone for joining us out there on the intertubes. Wow, that 5G, that's how they do it? Amazing. If you're
feeling... That's why it's all going to control our minds with 5G. Mind control.
Somehow 4G wasn't strong enough. It's all the 5G for some reason.
When you couple that with the fluoride in the water, I mean, we're all going to be zombified probably within a week or so. Yeah. We'll all be zombified servants of the government when we should instead be zombified servants of God.
It all makes sense. In fact, once you get your chip, the chemtrails activate the fluoride in your water and you become a robot.
Yes.
It's all coming to sense, people. We're putting the pieces together tonight.
The devil's plan. got a plan. He's got a plan,
He's got to, that would make sense, right? If God's got a plan, the devil has to have a plan.
Yeah.
Everybody's got a plan, people.
PALN.
I want to thank everyone for joining us out there on the inner tubes. If you're feeling fancy, don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe, and set that bell icon to all so you can get reminders to see our premieres or join our live streams. And with that, we're going to hand it over to Gilbert to explain what we're about to read.
Oh, boy.
Some of you may be new to this abomination of a study. These schmucks begin by reading each episode's chapters along with the annotations on the side for funsies. The hosts are a tiny bit special, so don't mind if they butcher or replace everybody's name with something completely horrible or stupid. However, the gibberish that spews forth from their face holes will still be an attempt at reading this book from cover to cover, which I'm sure has tons of wisdom or an insight on whether we can or cannot put things up our butt. If you have time to waste screaming internet memes at random strangers, then join the Discord. Or scream at them personally at your YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch streams. Finally, don't forget to support these idiots doing more lame shenanigans at Amy Newman's Patreon page. All right, schmucks, back to you.
Thanks, Gilbert.
Thanks, Gilbert. That's right. You can find our Patreon page at patreon.com/Amy Newman, which helps us make even more content, including
more amazing content,
more funsies, and
more sodomy, more global homo.
Ooh, more scoops.
Yeah, by the way, the
devil
devil called and we need a 13% increase in global homo this week.
Oh my God.
I think we can hit 15%, but he really wants,
Yeah,
really
we're going to have to really
more
get
sodomy.
that more sodomy. We're going to have to probably get all the fist fruits at once out there. Shake weights, people. Yeah. Shake weights. Double time.
Shake weights and fist fruits.
And fist fruits. Oh, that bar is spicy. But also, Loki's brother. I'm too obsessed with Loki. But also Thor, who's also very hot, especially with the new haircut. They made fun of him for the new haircut. I kind of dig it. But KO Champ.
Yeah, maybe it's just like, whatever, long, short, whatever. I'm down.
I even saw a poster where they took all of the other heroes and they put that like haircut. It's like that, the mohawk, whatever, the half hawk.
Like they cut and pasted Ken Hovind's face on his body.
Yes, in fact, did you know that there are 15-foot and also Oz from the Atheist Round Table and Networking Group Tangan. Woohoo!
Makes the best scrambled eggs ever.
Nom 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 nom. I do like.
He's also the king of boxed mashed potatoes. He makes a mean mashed potato from flakes and milk. Yeah.
I also like carbs. You can't go wrong with carbs. And also, check out the Better event. Are you looking for better conversations? Are you looking to just be a better person? Aren't we all on this journey we call life? Atheist, theist, whoever you are, we're sending love. Tickets on sale now. Better in October.
Come all over the sheets. All over them.
Shake weights. Shake weights.
We don't want to see any bit of sheet not covered. Yeah.
No sheets not covered. Guaranteed. Or your money back. But I didn't pay anything. Your money back.
Not yet.
But also, that's so. But also, Ian Davenport. Woohoo! But also, send him love in. I just like this. But also, hacking in.
Switch prop. Go gadget. Pillow.
What? No, that is me typing, trying to get over YouTube's filters. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. But also,
that's going to be
a grumpy. Oh, you know what, YouTube? Yeah, you gotta let me. I'm just trying to say that I love a grumpy old. Send him love, grumpy.
He's not trying to say vaccines don't do work. Don't want to.
Oh,
damn, if we were monetized, that stream would get demonetized. Yeah.
I honestly, it is very simple. And this is a common misunderstanding for I don't want to say every pandemic, but every other year, it seems like we go through this, even with COVID or before it. Look, a vaccine is just when you inject a little bit of the keyword dead virus into your body.
Weakened, severely weakened, yeah.
Oh, I'm severely weakened. And then it goes in there and your body is like, oh shit. And your white blood cells are like, hey, that is not good. And so you have a reaction and your body creates.
React to that.
Yeah. And they're like, hey, you know what? Let's get a plan ourselves. And they have like a list. Your body has a set of list of all of these other viruses and bad things that have come along that it has learned. It's like its toolkit because it has come across them before. It adds it to its little list, and now it knows how to deal with it. And your body can go and handle the virus much easier. It can kick butt and take names. Hoo ha 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 ha.
But what about the mercury in there? There's like a 0.0001% of a lethal level of mercury. So if you took like 8,000 of the shots, you would get mercury poisoning.
Shots. Yeah, I know. Damn you, Mercury. Yeah. Planet is like, what did I do? I'm just sitting here being hot. Double entendre. But also, don't drink mercury, people, or go on the first planet. But also 3 princesses in 1.
Diana Smith. Woo-hoo.
Just because I just love pink, it is one of my favorite
Can't
colors.
help it.
I would have to say, I don't know if it's teal or pink that I kind of go back and forth. But Diana Smith. Woohoo!
Thank you, Diane.
Send and love Diana. Woohoo! And I love Disney princesses. But also, sending love across country. Pat Lowinger. Boom,
Pat Lowinger.
boom, boom, boom. And don't forget to check
About
out.
a month till he's back here.
Yeah. And then we're probably going to be making a whole bunch of episodes. And
Mars is going to get triggered.
Oh, why? What was he? He didn't like something that I saw him going back and forth with Pat in the thing. Like, oh,
yeah.
What are you freaking specialized in this? And
he's got his own interpretation of the Bible, and it doesn't always line up with reality. So somebody like Pat is going to be able to tell him, no, look,
James, just because it says it in this book here. Right. Doesn't mean it means what it says. You see, you got to interpret it and understand the context of the time. Don't you understand, James, the context of the time?
They have all these fancy words like hermeneutics and all these words that they use to try to make sense of their collection of writers from a group of Bronze Age goat herders.
You see, actually, and I think there was this numerology. They're like, if you turn to page 7, it actually halfway down points you to page 37, and then from 37 it points you to page 200, which actually says that the end of the world is coming in February. And I'm just like, that's a lot of foreplay just to get to February.
Actually, so I can tell you what's going to happen in February. I mean, for a fee, of course. But if you pay me, I can get you ready for that, Amy. You can make it through the apocalypse.
And it's funny. We're going to put that billboard up. But if the apocalypse doesn't happen, is anyone going to hold my feet to the fire? No. No,
darn, we got that one wrong. Look at that. Go fig. It happens, people. I mean,
we were just trying to get people to know Jesus.
But I mean, it does say earthquakes in diverse places, wars, or even just rumors of wars.
And James, we just survived COVID, or at least, the first or second wave, whatever the hell.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. What could be more of a greater sign of the end of the world? Well, we kind of wore masks, and for the most part,
99.4% of us made it. So I would think not that people that died is insignificant, but for end of the world type scenario, you would think that the devil would have a little bit more up his sleeve than that.
Well, and it's either the devil or it's God, because is it the devil trying to make the end of the world come, or is it God? Because I will say, I think this has the marks of Yahweh, because in my opinion, Yahweh fails over and over and over again, and so.
It would be both. Yeah, I mean, Will would say, "Well, God's in control, but the devil does what he wants him to do." So, it might look like the devil, but he's doing just what God made him do anyway. So, yeah.
The devil is actually a contract worker. He's just doing what God wants. He's in it for a temp, 6-month stint, or forever. Yeah. I really don't get the burning forever point.
Part about, burning forever.
And I mean, it depends on who you ask. Some of them are just like, well, when we say burn forever, we just mean you're going to be away from God, which is what I believe we are right now. That is one interpretation. But any God that burns people for, I don't know, any longer and burn everywhere for any significant amount of time, that God is evil. You are on the wrong side. I don't know if you can fight that God or not, but if I had to choose teams and they're like, well, what's this guy over to the right doing? Well, he actually has a super special place where we're doing everything and amazing things, mostly worshiping him forever. Sweet. And then what's this place over to the left? Well, you see, the people who don't believe in him, he kind of burns forever.
Like God's oven, he roasts people alive forever.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, yeah. It's his magical heaven. No, not like the good place. The second part. Oh, well, you see,
God.
You had a test, and the only test was to believe in, whichever holy text decided to be the right one of the thousands. And the funny story? Picked wrong.
Go figure. I mean, they should have just read ours. I mean, it does say in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God. Go figure. And then the Word became flesh and dwelt among us, talking about Jesus. So you just read that. So the Bible's actually Jesus. There you go.
Bible's, it all is coming to sense. If you could just follow it right over here. Ladies and gentlemen, that guy is the good guy, the good God. Anyway, but also, thank you so much, Pat, and connecting all of the skeptics. Sometimes the thing you're looking for, ladies and gentlemen, is right in front of you. Connecting all of the skeptics as we become the Transformers. Boom, boom, and then looking at you very skeptically at the claim that you just made without evidence. Yeah, we're gonna need some evidence for that. Dale Pastel!
Dale!
Thank you so very much, Dale.
Thank you, Dale.
But not just Dale.
Chip and Dale.
Well, there's another good place. I also love Chip and Dale's, but I also love Dale Pastel. But also Dave Gar.
Dave Gar.
And
I
just
had
can't
that flat
help
Earth
saying
debate.
it.
Yeah, we just saw that.
I mean, I don't want to be biased, at least here. But James, is that Earth looking kind of thick?
It's very thick. Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, if
Looking
hell is
kind
in
of
there,
thick.
it's always looks like it's getting kind of full. But for some reason, I don't think that's going to matter to God. He'll just keep packing them in there.
Well, I guess that's something me and God have in common. But yes,
That's what God said.
But thank you so much, Dave.
Thank you, Dave Gar.
And I didn't see a snake orbiting it either. Snake. Don't step on snake.
A talking snake with legs.
A talking snake with legs, which I think we have a name for. Is called a lizard. But also, speaking of mammals, the lead hyena of the pack, Scott Duke.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you so very much, Scott. Scott Duke.
That's the Scott Duke song.
Yes. And last but not least, our thespian Skull, because the Bible gets a little Shakespearean. Very much, thy brother, you done this to me. Thank you so
very much,
Regos.
Oh, I mean, Regos.
Oh, you're doing a role play. Okay.
I'd be the daddy, Amy. You be the little girl. You've been a very bad girl, Amy.
Wait.
But don't worry, like Jesus, I will allow you to spank me, Amy. I will take... Yes. Do it, Amy.
I'm looking for my whip. I normally have it right by.
Oh, come on. You never more than 2 feet away from that thing.
There we go.
There
we go. Ah.
You should have it attached. Have it attached down there. That way, you know.
That's true. I should have it just by my waist. That way I can, hit any naughty deities that come my way. Mm-hmm.
Hi, Jesus.
Hi,
Jesus has been very naughty.
I will say they have been talking about the second coming of Jesus. So,
Did you
don't make me
see
wait,
the first coming?
boy. No, you never do. It always happens so fast. And they tell me to go look back in the book.
And see his first coming.
The worst erotica. But thank you so much, Regos. During live streams, we try to greet everyone on stream and on screen. Boop, boop, boop. Send in love. However, if you want your specific thoughts, read on stream, then feel free to tag me at Amy Newman. If this is your first time,
Or just beam the thoughts to Amy's head psychically.
Yes. Boop, 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 boop. And with that, we are going to hand it to the categories.
Categories,
and
you
then
say? Yes,
jump
she did.
into, yes, I did. And then jump in our chapter fun for the night.
Got your fist fruits ready?
Oh, yeah, baby. Fist fruits ready along with my shake weights.
It's an orange and plum night, huh?
Before we begin, I'm going to start by going over the specific Bible we'll be reading, along with some helpful category marks. Categories, you say? Why, yes, I do. You see, we're going to be reading from the Skeptic's Annotated Bible, an entire King James Bible lovingly fawned over by a skeptic who decided he would add his own notations. These are little flagpoles of sanity put in use to remind us that, hey, maybe slavery is evil, including categories like absurdity, injustice, and cruelty, but also a good amount of intolerance, contradictions, and conflicts with science or history. That doesn't mean it's not packed full of misogyny, false prophecy, and some questionable biblical family values. Now, we won't skip the good parts that the Bible has, only that these passages seem far fewer in number than any priest or pastor seems to suggest. So without further ado, won't you come join the Skeptic crew?
Woo-hoo. Here we go.
That's right, everyone. And with that, welcome to our Skeptic Bible Study.
The Book of Numbers, chapter 2. You remember that first chapter? It was amazing from start to finish.
Amazing. In fact, on the previous episode, a census for war. God commanded Moses to take a census of the men who were able to go to war in what was heart-pounding action. In this episode,
instead of God just telling Moses how many people were in each tribe, because he knew, he made Moses go through all that work. Go figure, huh?
I know. It would have been easy if he was just like zap, but no, gotta go through. Yeah. He likes his exposition. Once again, God sometimes has
people
his
out there
first-person
doing
mode.
A bunch of wasting time, counting a bunch of people. He already knows how many there are.
And in this episode, strange fire. Ooh. God lists the tribes of Israel. Also more heart-pounding action. Shmishmael takes a census of Levi's genes, or the Levites, and kills another set of Arron's sons because of strange fire.
Strange fire.
Ooh.
I'm seeing verse 4. I'm not seeing the whole thing on my screen.
Well, hold on. And so with that, how are you tonight, James? And are you ready to swing into numbers?
I'm ready. We're ready to go balls deep into numbers. There we go.
Woohoo!
The camps and tribes of Israel. Oh, this is fun. They're going to summer camp, Amy.
Mm-hmm.
Like what Praise said about those camps over in Europe in the 1940s. That they weren't really all that bad.
No, exactly. They're just sending them to concentrate. They're really hard.
Look at the smiling faces.
That's right. And there is no Bible. Look, if you ignore here and there and there, and also there and there and there and there and there and there and there.
Ignore 99% of it. The 1% looks good.
Hi, Spooky.
Yeah. There you go.
Woo-hoo.
Hey, Spooky.
Send in love. It is the Bible. That's right. Hey, Jack Howard. And tonight we are moving along through Numbers, which is the 4th book of the Bible. Woohoo! That's right, Nate. I have an extremely sophisticated pipe. This is something only the most sophisticated people have. Mm-hmm.
Amy's got several, but that's her favorite one.
That's right. Hi, Bond.
Smoky bed hair.
And I'm sorry, Wilson.
That's his nickname. Yes. Hey, Wilson. That was a pipe, Wilson. Your eyes are not lying to you.
And all right, the camps and tribes of Israel, the first and only category that we have for this chapter. Let's just say it's very exciting. We have our bunny here to take to help us express that. It's okay, Sleepy Bunny. You're gonna be okay.
So exciting.
So exciting. And that's why Jews, Christians, and even Muslims are known for reading their holy text from letter to letter. They're known for that. They're known. And so just like them, we are going to do the same. The book of Numbers, chapter 2, the camps and tribes of Israel Shmishmael. I'm sure this is going to go great. And the Lord Bob Spack. Oh, god damn, I have to put my shield on again. This god always spitting into my face.
Talking to Moses and Arron this time.
I know. And if I was Arron, I would have ran. I would have ran so far. Moses has been having a grand old time. Charlton Heston over here.
He's there looking up with puppy dog eyes, just writing away. Writing away. Okay, God.
Write that down.
Sounds good to God. More offerings, more sacrifices, God. Sounds good.
And the Lord spak unto Charlton Heston and unto Arron Ra, saying, every man of the children of Ishmael Shmishmael shall pitch by his own standard, not someone else's standard, that'd be terrible, with the ensign of their father's house. Far off, dude.
It's by my father's house.
That's my father's house. Yeah. And our tabernacle, which is our famous portable tent that we built at the very beginning. It's very holy.
Amy could make her own tabernacle, but it would be like full of utter debauchery and all manner of evil, right up our alley.
Exactly. It'd be the debauchernacle. Very close. Just almost the same. Of the congregation, they shall pitch. It happens.
Not catch. They're only pitching.
Just pitch. Exactly. And on the east side, toward the rising of the sun, well, at least they know which side. The house of the rising sun. Oh, hold on. All right. Shall they of the standard of the camp of Judah, that platinum song, pitch throughout their armies? And we have been building armies. This guy is, I don't want to say he is like Sauron. He's just giving me Sauron vibes. And Nahshon, the son of Amminadab. They really did probably right. Have that. Close enough. Close enough. Shall be the captain of the children of
he's
Judah.
The captain.
Platinum.
At least he's not the chief captain back from Exodus.
Chief captain.
Yeah.
And his host at Applebee's, and those that were numbered of them were 7,680 billion years ago. And those that do pitch next onto him shall be the tribe of Ishkar, also something that I set all my variables to. And Nathaniel, the son of Zuar, shall be Captain Morgan of the children of Ishkar. Very exciting. and his host, can I get a host over here? And those that were numbered thereof were 50 and 4,400. Not 403, not 437, 400. Nice and clean, baby.
Exactly. Yeah, always.
Always. Then the tribe of Led Zeppelin and Elijah Wood, the son of Helibob, shall be the captain of the children of Led Zeppelin. And his host, can I get water? And those that were numbered thereof were 50 and 7,400. And let's go 4. Let's just add in 4. 4 extra.
Can we get some breadsticks over here?
Get breadsticks. Excuse me. The salad. All that were numbered in the camp of Judah, I remember that song, were 100,000 and 7 years ago, after the guy with the long beard, he was out there fighting war, except for the time when he didn't have a good experience at a play. But hey, we can't all guarantee a good play. It's okay. Send in love, baby. And 6,400 throughout their armies, these shall set forth. On the south side shall be the standard of the camp of Dave Reuben, according to their armies, also not Salabad, definitely not Salabad, and the captain of the children of Dave Reuben shall be Elixir, the son of Shredder from Ninja Turtles.
Shredder.
And his host, and those that were numbered thereof were 40 and 6,500.
What is that? The name is like Shumiel? Shumiel? The Shredder is much better.
Shredder. It also makes more sense. And his host, and those that were numbered thereof were 40 and 6,500.
Oh, I'm just looking at the one down below.
There were 3 other guys, but we killed them to get even numbers.
Yeah.
And those which pitch, I'm going to assume also tents, by him shall be the tribe of Simon Says, and they will all play games with each other. And the captain of the children of Simon Says, of all the children, at least they actually get board games, shall be Shulaman.
Shumiel.
And the son of Zurashata. Zurashata time. Have you had a Zurashata? It's delicious.
That Zurashadai.
The Zurashadai.
Looks like El Shaddai, which is the original name for this god. One of the names he gave originally. Back when he was doing business as the name of the Canaanite god. Hey, the freak.
The Canaanite. Yeah, and they really do not have a good time with the Canaanites. Sup to freak, sup, black female atheist. Woohoo!
Hey.
And Woody. And something from nothing. We got the whole pack, the whole crew.
Why is there something rather than nothing? You don't know, therefore God.
You know, it was just a whole bunch of nothing, but then there was a sale, and so there was something instead of nothing, because it was a fantastic sale. It's all making sense. And then the tribe of Gadsad. Oh, it's okay. He's got a good all his subscribers. And the captain of the sons of Gadsad shall be El Savishava, the son of Rule Paul III.
Excellent choice, God.
Excellent choice. Yes, once again, it is kind of weird that God is gathering armies. I mean, who am I to judge? But it just seems, once again, if you are the guy gathering armies against all the people around you, you might be the bad guy. Just saying.
Well, I mean, hey, he gave that land to some people. I mean, there's some people but there's people there living there now. I mean, what are we going to do with them, Amy? Just tell them to, hey guys, sorry, God said this land is ours now, so You guys need to get lost. Sucks to be you. He should have been the chosen people. Sorry.
That's right. You should have been those chosen people. Though, once again, I find that a creepy concept. And if a God ever says, hey, would you like to be my chosen people? The correct response is, sure. The funny thing about that, though, God, I actually have a call that I have to answer. Can you just stand there for like 1 second and gone?
Yeah.
That's the correct answer.
Probably the best way to do it. Give him a fake number, too.
Yes, probably best to give God a fake number. I feel like, yeah,
Especially in the book of
chosen.
Numbers.
No, I definitely. Hey, can I ask what happened to your last group of chosen people? Oh, drowning? Really? Everyone? Huh.
Well,
Funny
I mean, there were 8 people I didn't drown, so.
Oh, that's right. 8 people. So that's pretty good numbers. You can survive.
A few
You'll
of them
be
did, yeah.
fine. And then there was some wincest, apparently. I don't know how that they get out of that. How do they square that circle? How did everyone come back?
God just miraculously intervened and made it so that the genetics would not be harmed by inbreeding for so long. And then after a while, I guess he relaxed that so that now, if you were to do that, there'd be all kind of genetic problems with the children of that. But I guess back then it was an issue because God just made it so that brothers and sisters could interbreed without any ill effects. Yay!
Exactly.
Yay,
He
thank
then
you, God.
added in the whole gene thing later on, and that being a bad thing.
Yeah, he said, you know
he
what,
knew.
we probably shouldn't. Yeah, we probably shouldn't have this forever, but right now it's all I've got to work with, so.
Makes sense, people. Makes sense. Though, funny enough, God doesn't seem to micromanage anymore. He seems to have left. Gad, Sad, and Ruhul, and his host. And they were numbered of them, and they were 45,650 because 2 of the dudes were late. All that were numbered in the camp of Dave Rubin were 100,051, 1,450. Exactly, bitch. Exactly that amount.
Exactly
Throughout
50.
their armies. Exactly. Throughout their armies. And they shall set forth in the second rank. I feel like the writer was getting tired. This is just book 4, people. You can't just get lazy now. Come on now. 400. Just, if you want to make it more believable, just add in 7. Just throw in some numbers at the end.
Nah, who cares? Believe it or burn. It's not really worth the hassle. Just believe it or you can be roasted forever.
And as always,
Pascal's wager.
When I am in a deep
Apparently
spot. Oh, really? Had a debate on Pascal's? I do not find Pascal's wager to be very convincing. I don't think many skeptics or non-believers do. It is one of those.
It's something that Christians find to keep them Christian.
Like a moral argument. Specifically, I'm trying to remember what it's called about hell. The problem of evil. The problem of evil tends to be a very difficult one for a lot of theists. I am like, it seems very easy that he seems evil. I guess there is a problem of evil. I have a different problem of evil. It's why does this guy seem so evil?
He doesn't seem evil. We just don't understand, Amy.
Don't understand.
You don't understand on his level. The 26 dimensions of chess that only God can play. He doesn't have any peers to review his stuff because he's the only God. I mean, maybe the Holy Spirit, Jesus, will review the Father's work and vice versa, but that's all they have to work with.
Yeah, you gotta, it says it, so you gotta believe it. This is the inspired word of God we're talking about. All that were numbered in the camp of Dave Rubin were 150 and 1,450 throughout their armies. Well, thank you, Saruman. Yeah.
Because we're only concerned with armies. That's all that matters is the army.
Yes, once again.
Why would you worry
God
about
of
anything
love.
else? Well, yeah,
No, he
why
never
would you worry about
says.
anything else?
Never says
God
he's
of
the God of
love, yeah.
love. Never
He's
says
a god,
that
a man of
claim.
war, but that's it.
Says that he's a jealous God. Says that he is a God of war. Does
war
not
god, yeah.
say that he is the God of love. I'm still waiting for that verse. And they shall set forth in
It's
the
written
second
on your
rank.
heart, maybe.
Yo, that's a little weird. Like we are now we really are setting up platoons.
Yeah.
Then the tabernacle, our wonderful holy tent of the congregation, shall set forward with the camp of the Levi's jeans, good pair to wear while you're moving your tent, in the midst of the camp as they encamp, because that's what you do in a camp. Fantastic. So shall they set forward. Every man will be super sexy. No? Oh, okay. In his place
It's
by their
raining
standards. It's raining men. Unfortunately, we're gathering armies to kill other people.
To kill a bunch of men. Yeah. Amy doesn't want to kill them. She just wants to get to know all of them.
I just want to show them my shake weight products and sell them to them. On the west side shall be the standard of the camp of Ephraim, which is what a lot of Yiddish words seem to have in common. You got a little chem stuck in your throat. According to their armies, and the Captain Morgan of the sons of the Ephraim shall be Elishama, which definitely also sounds like a Final Fantasy character. The son of Amid. Very important guy. He gave me $50 once. He's my best friend now.
I mean, it's
and
nice
his
that they name all these people again. It's so nice we get to know who the captain was, you know.
It's so, yeah, I'm glad we get to know all these very important names that I'm sure will come up time and time again throughout the Bible. And his host, and those that were numbered of them were 40,500, and the two guys we threw into the water. And by him shall the tribe of Manasseh, that's how we also collect our manna, and the captain of the children of Manasseh shall be Gamaliel, the son of Pedazur.
Pedazur, yeah, great guy.
Yeah. And his host, and those that were numbered of them. Are you numbered of them?
No, I'm numbered.
No, I'm not. Oh, damn.
I'm numbered up with that, who's that, Pedazur? That smoky guy? Ed? Oh, no.
And numbered of them were 30 and 2,200. Specifically. Then the tribe of Breaking Benjamin and the captain of the sons of Breaking Benjamin shall be Abdon. Right over here. Abdon, the son of Giordani, which sounds like a pizza company, and his host. Oh, good, everyone has a host. And those that were numbered of them.
Gotta be a host.
Gotta be a host. Excuse me, breadsticks. We ordered also. We want our salad first, excuse me. And his hosts that were numbered of them were 30 and 5,400. If you said it was 500, you're a dirty, dirty liar.
You're perverting the word of God.
You're perverting the word of God. And it's so funny because something like that could cause a schism. You have like something that was in Greek that you're now translating into English. Or something like that, and one says 500, one says 400. You know, this says that he kind of swung his sword right, but this says that he swung his sword left. I don't know. They don't even have a translation for this one. Just put in they were having a good time.
Homie, say what? Huh? No, it has to mean this.
Has to mean this, and then they have a a schism. They go to war with each other and have a schism over that mistranslation because
and then burn each other, you know. Because
Burn,
hey, I
baby,
mean, God's
burn.
going to do it forever, so we might as well just give them a little welcome to what's going to happen to them for eternity, right?
Look, we're doing it only because they're perverting the word of God. Okay? If they weren't perverting the word of God, they're kind of bringing it on themselves. Think about it.
Very true.
All right, we had something in my diaphragm. Oh, we're coming up to our true Lord and Savior. All that were numbered in the
Bob
camp
Barker, the former host of the Crisis
of diaphragm were an 100 and 1,000, 8,000, and 132. Because why not? Throughout their armies. Once again, Sauron getting ready. And they shall go forward in the third rank. Kind of creepy.
Oh, now I wanted to go in the second rank.
But yo, Yahweh is making a full-on RTS game right now.
Like micromanaging.
He is micromanaging
his army. Like, no, you stand here. He's gonna stand there. You get the curious girdle. You get the 15-foot.
Yo, Yahweh, I've played. What's it called? Not Star Wars.
Civilization. Sid Meier's.
Well, Sid. I'm trying to think of the one with the Protoss and all that. But yes, so let's play Civ. Look, buddy, if you're just trying to get your armies ready, if you have your first wave, your second wave, and your third wave, I was thinking Zerg attack. There we go. Buddy, I understand, but you might not be the good guy at that point. StarCraft, thank you. My mind is melting.
That was a good game back in the day. I remember.
I know, right?
Yeah. 1998, 1997.
That was one of the first ones that I played online. Good times. And I will say I kind of had a thing for Kerrigan. Not even like just being attracted, just like she was fucking boss. I don't know if it really is a good thing to look up to Kerrigan because the whole swarming of other planets thing. But she's a strong, independent woman.
What more can you ask for at that point?
What more can you ask for? Hi, the Sanctuary. And I played 1 and 2. I am getting old. I'm the older millennial now, so I played the original.
That's it. I'm like senior millennial because I'm even older than you are. Just on that cusp.
Right.
What was it, like 1980, like the cusp of millennial? Yeah.
Yeah. Are you 90? Yeah.
No, 83. So.
We should be hanging a skateboard over us right now and being like, why, hello, young people.
Remember back in the day when Ronald Reagan was president? No, you don't. You weren't alive for it.
I have good memories. I remember the day that I learned what a smiley was because I literally turned my head and was like, ah!
You learned what?
Look at that. Learned what a smiley was. I'm trying to think. Yes, that was in Counter-Strike. Not Counter-Strike. It was an RTS. Red Alert. One of the original Red Alerts. Oh no, Command and Conquer Red Alert because that's what it's called. And I was like, "What the hell does that mean?" And someone was like, "Turn your head." And I went, "Ah, look at that! It's a smiley."
Turn your head. Amy's like, okay, I'm down with it.
Woo, I'm down, baby. I like turning my head in any direction. Do. Mana. Shake weights.
Praise Jesus.
Praise Jeebus. All right, we're getting back to our host, who hopefully brought us our meal by now. And those were numbered of them, and they were 70 and Abe Lincoln and 2,700 ago. And those... oh no, I skipped. How could I skip my favorite? I was looking forward to it. The standard of the camp of who? Of
Dan.
our main man, Dan, shall be on the north side by their armies, and the captain Morgan of the children of Dan shall be Alka-Seltzer, the son of Amishatiah.
So if you guys need some context on that, back in the book of Genesis, we were reading all about the tribes of Israel, and Amy could not pronounce any of them except for Dan. And she got to Dan, and like out of all these crazy names, and then Dan.
I'm just saying, it is so funny. And now I bet 3,000 years ago, all of these names look the same. It's just, to my brain, I just love that there could be like, and then the party begun, and we assembled, and there was Armitaphia, Naphatia, and Dan. All right, baby, we're ready. All right. And his host, those that were numbered of them were 17,000, 18,000,000, and 85,000, probably, definitely.
Yay!
Yay! And those that it can't buy him. Oh my, I've seen this on Pornhub.
Do you can't buy him, Amy?
Yeah, I definitely do. Shall be the tribe of Ash from League of Legends, and she'll go pew pew. And the captain of the children of the Ash that goes pew pew shall be Pagel, the son of Arron. That's a good Zelda game.
Okra.
And Okra. And his hosts that were numbered of them were 40 and 1,500, except for that one guy that he fell off. So we're counting him, but technically, well, we don't know where he is.
What happened to him? Strange fire.
That's okay. Well, yeah, hey. Oh. Then the tribe of Nephitilosai and the captain of the children of Nutella. It's definitely Nutella. Sweet. I love it. Chocolate baby. Shall be Ahira. I will say I do love Nutella, which is weird because it's not even, it's chocolate, but then I think it's
hazelnut.
Hazelnut. So it's like that combo, baby.
Back when I used to work at Steak and Shake, those damn Nutella milkshakes, those were a pain in the ass.
Oh, really? Because why? Is it chunky? Oh,
yeah, it's just
so good.
How they portion it out, but yeah, they were good.
And I will find it sometimes split people. Some people don't like Nutella. So others, the people that do like Nutella, I find kind of obsessed. And it's basically chocolate spread. The first time I even heard about it, I was like, is this legal? This shouldn't even be legal. Like, I am just putting chocolate on my bread right now. Oh. But, yes.
Chocolate
besides
on your bread. Yep. Jim actually has like a chocolate spread, but anyway.
Really? Oh, yeah. And then you put with peanut butter and you get a chocolate peanut butter sandwich.
Yeah.
And his hostess of the mostess, who brought him breadsticks, and those that were numbered of them were 50 and 3,400 specifically. Don't you add one more person. All that were numbered in the camp of our main man, Dan, were 100 and 1,000 and 57,000 and 600.
Imagine if a girl's in labor and then they have to no, that we're doing the count now. You push him back, push the baby back.
I need to do this. Look, when I am in a deep, dark place, when I am not sure what I'm going to do with my life, I try to remember all that were numbered in the camp of Dan were 100,000 and 50 and 7,600. They shall go hindmost with their standards, and I just know that I'm going to be all right. I just know it.
Yeah, that's like after one of your intense 18-hour marathons of finding yourself that you've been doing for these past few months. And we support you in your endeavors to spend 18 hours a day or more, sometimes more, watching porn.
Exactly. Well,
Labor of love.
somebody has to keep that industry in business. I like to think. Also,
Somebody's got to do it.
I am looking it up, and that looks delicious also.
Bischoff, like the cookies, or then they have a spread too, yeah.
It looks like they have a spread.
They do have a spread.
Cookie butter
The cookies are good.
spread. That is a fantastic sentence. And I will say to Freak, what I normally say is the atheist joke is normally we'll think for you. Yes, I could give that. I actually have moved into I'll hope for you. I will give people hope. There's a lot of hope in me. And so when people are going through a tough time, because I don't really pray, because I feel like praying is in my opinion, is having a conversation with thyself.
We can still wish you the best and hope that everything works out for the best way.
And in my opinion, as you're sending good vibes or stuff to people, oftentimes you're talking about people, you're bringing them up, you're bringing attention and awareness to whatever causes they have. And so you just generate positive vibes, good things in their direction. That's all you can do, because I'm not a person of karma. I think that, but I do think that if you put good stuff out there, that you naturally tend to hang out with better people, and vice versa. It has
it
nothing
just feels
to do
better.
with supernatural. Yeah.
It just feels better treating other people the way you want to be treated. And,
Exactly. And all right, we're going to move in. This is the end of this chapter, and then we are just going to move into our second chapter and the main subject of the night, because, ladies and gentlemen, strange fire. Let me tell you, if you thought you've seen enough of it the first time, this time it's personal. Actually, the first time it was personal, but what can I tell you, folks?
Strange fire.
Strange fire. Don't mess with it. So we were talking about Dan, our main man. These are those which were numbered of the children of Israel Shmishmael by the house of their fathers. All those that were numbered, do you have a number? Of the camps through their host. Breadsticks, please. Were 600 and 1,000 and 3,550 specifically, bitch.
So the word host, when you see that, they're talking about the army.
Yeah, we're just laying down armies.
So when they say the Lord of hosts, that means like the Lord of the armies. Yeah.
And I will say to Freak, what would happen within your family if you believed in Jesus? Well, I will say I'm half and half on the mythicist position, which means I kind of almost believe he was someone or based on someone or whatever the hell you want to call it. But what would happen if I believed that he came back from the dead? I think my parents would still love me. I think they'd be very confused. There was actually someone that happened to in our family, but I think that she's she or he have laid off that recently. And it was kind of a phase, but
someone converted or almost converted to Christianity.
Yeah, I think, or Jews for Jesus or something like that. But I don't want to really give who it was, but they had a propensity to spend a lot of their life searching anyway. So. Yeah. They have been going through phases, and I don't know if they are with that anymore. I would be very surprised, because I have just a troubling notion with prophets, and it's like my theme. That's if I could have my hashtag, it would be why prophets, because that I don't get the middleman. It's even taboo for Jewish people to believe in Jesus. Isn't that odd? I don't think that's taboo.
To believe he existed or to believe that he was the Messiah.
Yeah, to believe he was the Messiah, yes. We think, or I shouldn't say me, see? It's that Hotel California wants to keep me in. Generally speaking, the Jews find the Christian claim to be very silly. I know that may come off very surprising to Christians, but the same way that I think that a lot of the other religions just think that the other religions view each other as silly. But they're not going to say it to, like, when they're among other theists, they hang out and chill with that vibe. You know, they don't argue about that, or unless it's the subject of the day. I will say a lot of times they do argue with each other, in which case the atheists and the non-believers just go like this, because, I get people all the time the past 10 years of my life, because the first 20 years I was very sheltered, but the last 10 years of just all these people that are obsessed with who are the real Jews. It's like, it's kind of creepy, but you guys have it. I'll tell you who
are God's real chosen people.
The real chosen. I would say, once again, if a God is telling you that they're your chosen people, run as far away as you can.
To get that in writing? No, just run.
Sup Sunday worship and sup Claire.
Oh boy. Hey, Claire.
And okay, we're almost done. We are reading our done this chapter, our Skeptic Bible Study. We are almost done chapter 2, and then we're going to read chapter 3, and then open up the open mic. But we are moving into strange fire, baby. So we had Dan. We had his hindmost standards. You with your standards, Dan. And then those that were numbered of the children, we had children of Israel Shmishmael. 6. Oh man, we are getting high. We are definitely over 100,000, a million, right? We're over 1 million people. It's a lot of people.
This is just the armies right here that they're talking about.
I mean, how are you the good guy? Unless you're going to tell me, like, this is the Avengers, which I would really like to understand that. It just seems like an army to slaughter everybody. That's just what it seems.
I mean, is that what armies do? Yeah. Maybe.
Sup, Skywatcher, and hey, couldn't agree more.
It's a good army. It's a good slaughtering because it's for God. So God wouldn't let them do anything that was wrong.
Exactly. It's the happy slaughtering. But the Levi's Jeems were not numbered among the children of Israel Shmishmael, as the Lord Bob commanded Charlton Heston, like he's been doing for like book on top of book for now. Man, Moses, you've been surviving Saw pretty well. And the children of Israel Shmishmael did according to all that the Lord Bob commanded Charlton Heston. So they pitched their tents. No. They pitched by their standards. And so they set forward everyone after their families, which sounds creepy, but according to their house of their fathers. Woo, hoo.
Yay.
And that's right, Sunday. You are just in time, but we are about to pack full in what we call our chapter review of Numbers. Number 2. What do you think, James? Well, it was packed filled with wisdom, right?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of seemed like chapter 1 a lot, but I guess it was probably necessary to set up chapter 3, maybe. I don't know.
It's just weird that we're going through all this. I feel like you could have made all these paragraphs like a single line.
Like, look at the notations on the side. Yeah. It's like 80% of it could be cut out.
Yeah. I don't know why God needs an army. Just like I don't know why God needs a starship, I am trying desperately to understand why God needs an army.
To kill people who don't like him, don't want to worship him, I guess. He could do it himself, but I guess it's more fun for him to watch his people do it.
I guess so. Yeah, it's not fun when you're doing it. You gotta let someone else.
Yeah, like when you were going out, you ever go fishing, with your parents?
Mm-hmm.
When I would go fishing, my dad, when he would get like a nibble on his rod, he would
Oh
he would
my.
always say, "Oh, come, I got something here. Hold on to this thing for a second," because he just wanted to watch me reel it in, just yeah.
I just want you to know that I can make many, many "that's what he said" jokes. But that being said, we are moving into, I'm sorry, the book of Numbers, chapter 3. I'm going to be honest with you. I could have called this chapter anything. It's really just a short section, just like the Tower of Babel is not that long.
It's not that long, no.
What catches me about this section is just, I feel like if this is your guy, if this is your God, then you got to turn against him. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what a strange fire is. I don't know if we're ever going to learn that in this book, and I don't think we are.
Probably not.
But let me tell you, son, daughter, anyone who's watching, don't put a strange fire in front of Yahweh, because he will your ass.
He'll be standing there like Dirty Harry, like, go ahead, make my day. Show me some strange fire. Do it. Do it. I dare you.
It also seems weird because, once again, the atheists, skeptics, the heathens are always like, come on, God, if you're real, lightning bolt us. And apparently, Yahweh used to do that. Because
he used to do it on command, yeah.
Whew.
Hey.
I know. Wouldn't I like an army? I would, but only so that all of us can fill a Marvel movie and we could make our own reaction video. That's why I want an army. Good times. Good times. So, moving forward, we are in the book of Numbers, chapter 3, the fourth book of the Bible, which means we are moving and grooving. We are knee deep
well on
now.
our way.
That's right. Army Newman. That's right.
Army Newman.
Wait, I got you. I got you. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I got your piece right here, baby.
This is Sergeant Newman. Drop and give me push-ups.
That's right. I could definitely do a push-up. But also, as we move into our sections, the name of the game, the name of the title of the story, God kills Arron's sons, Nadab, and I'm going to go with Apu. I wish I had my hat. In fact, I'm going to go get my hat because,
Which one? Your sports hat?
My sports hat. I mean, really can't have any hat. But Jesus, this guy, I can't tell if this is a retelling of the story where he kills his sons, or this is just
of it.
Yahweh, because we only get their names when they die. But holy moly, like, if you were Arron and God wipes away 2 to 4 of your sons, Come on,
Yeah.
buddy. Come on. This is Stockholm Syndrome. Run while you can. All right. In fact, I'm just going to keep this here. The Book of Numbers, Chapter 3. God kills Arron's sons, Nadab and Apu. What are our sections? Yeah, again. Well, what are we starting off with? You can't have killing without a little bit of violence. Stabba, 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 stabba. That's right.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have anybody in any violence in the last chapter. We were just discussing the armies. Now they're going to kill people. Well, somebody's going to get killed.
And Saline's saying it's never inherently bad, being pragmatic and filtering. I'll bring this up because I was almost made you seem like I said the opposite, so I feel bad. So hot take, religion is never inherently bad, but humans being pragmatic and filtering ridiculous certain passages from reality is impossible. See, I tend to think that religion is in the negative. I know there are good portions of it. I know that people get community. I know that it can alleviate the fear of death and a lot of other things. But I don't know. I think that,
overall, probably more bad than good.
More harm than good. Yeah, it's how much superstition is a good amount, and in my opinion, none. But but we're sending love to all of our theist brothers and sisters out there, because we love everybody here. And all right,
we certainly do.
But also, not just violence, but this isn't exactly, in my opinion, the moral or ethical. Maybe we just can't understand the 5D chess, so good amount of injustice.
Yeah, we're trying to judge God. Yeah.
Very based. Woohoo! Sending love. And
we're
finally, last but not least, trying to play God. I've played The Sims before. I mean,
how'd you do?
It's fun. I mean, I'm an interior decorator. Everyone has their thing. Like, a lot of people like to make like The Sims go crazy and piss themselves and everything. I am one of those lamos that will probably actually play The Sims and like try to get a decently looking house.
Right.
I think that explains a lot of things, though. If you think about it, that just goes with who I am. But also, last but not least,
he's yeah,
he's a little intolerant.
He's a little upset. He's sad. He doesn't like other people. They're different. He
doesn't like other
different
fish.
than me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He needs to get along with other fishes. And with that, the Book of Numbers, chapter 3.
Grab your socks.
I know. What a sad thing. It's such an emotional section that I had to name the whole freaking episode after this. God kills Arron's sons, Nadab and Apu. These are also the generations of Arron, or at least they're about to be.
They were.
They were.
They were.
And Charlton Heston, in the day of the Lord, Bob. He spak it, so put up the shield with Charlton Heston in Mount Sinai. And these are the names of Arron Ra. Nadab, the firstborn. It's always nice when you have born in there. I was going to say alive, the first alive. And Abu, Elzar, and Itamar. It's like, these are the names of the sons of Arron Ra. The priest class. They could have been paladins, but they're priests, which were anointed. Let me anoint you. Yeah, you're anointed. Whom he consecrated to minister in the priest's office. I'm just gonna go out and live here, and if a priest tells you to go in their office, run.
Yeah, that's not a safe.
Not a safe space. And Nadab and Abu died before the Lord Bob when they did what? They offered strange fire. Ooh, before the Lord Bob. In the wilderness, which also takes place in RuneScape, but also in Sinai.
In
And
Sinai.
in Sinai, and they had no children. Yeah, because you probably killed their dad.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. And Elzar and Ithmar ministered in the priest's office. Run, Billy, run.
Yeah, not for long.
Not for long. In the sight of Arron Ra, their father, because this is like a horror movie. Okay, let's take a break for just a second. What is with God, and why did he just kill two of his highest priests' children like that?
Again,
Again. Over strange fire. And they never say what strange fire is, but man, he doesn't even play around. Like, God doesn't even say, like, give you a speech and explain
it's
why.
like the worst thing in the world. Yeah. That's.
I don't know. Yeah. And if I was, is there anything worse in the world, truly, in this world, that you can think of as a parent than having your child die? Like, I don't mean to get super serial.
No, you're right. You're right.
Like, what the?
God's dropping his kids like flies over strange fire.
Specifically Arron's sons. Like, wow.
But Arron just has to thank God, raise up his hands in praise and worship to God the Most High, and thank him for all his blessings.
Gotta thank him for all. Thank you, Yahweh, for killing my sons right in front of me. Also, sup Tinkle and sup Pancake and Destiny. That's right. Some people, everyone's got a hobby. Some people play games. You know, God kills people. It happens to us every once in a while. See, okay, I'm listening to you, the freak. You got to help me out here. They were wicked. Sure, what were they doing? Like, were they wicked, or is the wicked in the strange fire? Like, is the strange fire the act of being wicked, or were they being wicked and that led to the strange fire? You got to help me out here, because to me, it just seems like this guy's a douchebag. It seems like a god who is like, you know, I kind of take that fire to be offensive. And, you know, wouldn't it be nice if you weren't living? And then no more sons.
Wait a minute. I'm God. I can make that happen.
I mean, I want to know what is so offensive about strange fire. And honestly, if I'm being honest, I would like to know what strange fire is. Yeah. Like, that is also another thing that we don't seem to go in here in the manual to the universe here.
Don't do it, but what even is it?
Honestly, really Adam important. And Eve got a better deal out of this. Like, he didn't zap Adam and Eve out of existence. Like, he Thanos the crap out of Arron's sons.
Yeah, he's dropping them like flies.
Strange fire means offering to a different god. So you're saying just they did adultery and he was just like, whoops. Hey, you had another god. It seems like, boom.
Hey, you guys didn't learn the first time when I smoked your other two brothers for it. So, yeah, this is one reason these stories are not even believable, because people are not this dumb. This is like worse than like typical Hollywood horror movie behavior, like where you run right towards the guy with the chainsaw ready to cut you in half.
That's right. Yeah, I got both, baby. I could dual fist. Also, that's what she said. I'm ready. And I know it's such a weird fire.
Yeah.
Such a very weird fire. Ew, it has cooties. The fire has cooties.
I don't like it. They did that fire to that Baal guy. I don't like Baal.
After he parted the sea. Adultery. Let me tell you, I don't know. Just doesn't seem like a very nice guy. I'm just saying. Claire,
Not seem like a guy you'd want to sit down and have a beer with.
Yeah, I'm just not a fan of the chosen people thing. Like, I just don't understand why God has a chosen people. I guess we have to wait for like part 2, and then he forgets about that, and then everyone becomes his chosen people because you got to sell. Look, you got to sell more copies. You can only have so much of a roof on chosen people.
Yeah, I mean, they'll just say that was always part of his plan, you know. But he needed the Israel to get the Messiah to keep all that preserved and whatnot. Yeah.
That's right. You're saving the best for part 2.
25 VHS. There you go.
25 VHS.
He's got a plan, Amy.
Oh, it's in his plan. That's right. He got to check it twice. Instructions for priest as we move on. Just like nothing happened after Arron's sons just got hit with strange fire. Let's just keep on moving along. Because what can you do after your children get smoted by
Sweep them
God?
up and go right back to worshiping God.
Right back to worshiping. So, instructions for priests, because they need to know how to play EverQuest. And of course,
how to bury their kids. That's a skill that's important to learn when you're God's priest.
And I will say, stabba, we can't even seem to escape the violence, even as we are moving through the strange fire. You thought that was all, but no, we got to get more stabba. But of course, more injustice. Because what's the Bible?
Yay.
With that, a little bit more injustice. Yay.
All right, where's Mr. Sourpuss?
Oh, he's so sad. It's okay. He's gonna meet other fishies. He's gonna meet other fishies and intolerance, and then
your ball, your happy face ball,
and our happy face ball. Hold on, here we go. Happy face, because remember, folks, you gotta laugh when we're reading the Bible. Gotta have a good time. And oh, that's weird.
What?
I didn't even notice this, James. There may be a contradiction in the Bible. Oh my God. It's going to have to prove it to us, especially since this is our first time even seeing this category.
That doesn't even make sense. It's one book. How could it have internal contradiction? I mean, Moses is sitting there writing this down from God, so.
Pulp
Fiction?
Pulp Fiction. Also, sup, doorknob head, and yes, strange fire. That is exactly what happens in our shorts. Though don't show that around Yahweh, because he will frickin' smote you with a lightning bolt. Pew, 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 pew. And all right, instructions for priests. So very, very inciting.
Sounds amazing.
All right. And we are reading Numbers, which is the 4th book of the Bible, chapter 3. Instructions for priests, if you just joined us. And the Lord spake.
Bible study.
Say it, don't spray it. Yes, this is our lovely heathenistic Bible study. Come, skeptics, come all. Sup, Caffey? I know it might be. Who knows? Who knows? It might be. It might be the Bible's not contradicting itself at all. After all, I think this is our first time seeing this section. Isn't that right, James?
Yeah, we haven't came across it. Yeah, we not yet.
Not a single contradiction in the Bible so far.
Ken Hovind
And
said
so, that's right. That's what Ken Hovind said. Right here, baby. We have our little one. And the Lord Bob Spack said, "Say it, don't spray it," onto Charlton Heston himself,
Once
who got a
again,
higher paying contract.
Yeah,
saying,
of course.
"Bring us the tribe of Levi's genes near and present them before Arron Ra the priest." I don't know how he's still a priest and not like running, but sure. Excuse me. "That they may minister unto him, and they shall keep his charge." Oh, you have a charging station?
Poor Arron Ra's wife, he comes home from work today. It's like, where are the kids? Where are our sons?
About that, you see, they were kind of playing with strange fire, and
Really,
God doesn't like that.
Really, again?
Can't let him out anywhere. Can't take him anywhere.
So he just zapped. Yeah.
Oh, I heard the end. I just heard, so he zapped.
He zapped and incinerated our other two sons.
I know. Like, at this point, I would be like, screw you, God, and I'd be out of there. There'd be no more priest class. "And they shall keep his charge." Oh, I said, yeah, we're plugging in our Ethernet cables, keeping our cell phones handy. "And they shall keep all the instruments, even our TI-83s, our calculators, of the tabernacle," our nice floating holy tent that we created at the beginning, "of the congregation." Good, we're having a congregation. "And the charge station of the children of Ishmael Shmishmael to do the service of the tabernacle." All right, they're going to serve in the tabernacle. Oh, baby, I need to get serviced a lot. I do, exactly. And I'm good at giving back, though, too, baby. Woohoo! "And thou shalt give the Levi's jeans onto Arron Ra. They are a size large and should fit him nicely. But also, and to his sons," or like whoever is left of them. "They are
whichever ones he hasn't killed yet."
Yeah. Oh my gosh. It really is like a Saw villain.
Emphasis on yet.
You hear me? Yes, and who they haven't left.
Emphasis on yet.
Yes, emphasis on yet. Whoever is left. Yeah. Whoever gets out of this frickin' puzzle. "They are wholly given unto him out of the children of Israel Shmishmael." I would just leave Israel Shmishmael. I would just run. "And thou shalt appoint Arron Ra, and whatever is left of his sons. And they shall wait on their priest's office." Another good place not to be. "And the stranger danger that cometh nigh shall be put to death." Wow, kill any strangers that come near the tabernacle. All loving God, ladies and gentlemen. "And the Lord," I'm sure there are plenty of apologetics. It's just like, don't kill anyone, except for kill the stranger. "Well, would you lock your doors?" Yes, I would lock my doors.
It says
but
come
killing
near
all strangers.
That come near the. Oh well, maybe.
Baby.
Don't come near it, baby.
Don't come near it, baby. On the sheets. "And the Lord spak unto Charlton Heston, as he's been doing over and over, saying," our main man right here, saying, "And I behold, thou shalt not pass. But also I have taken the Levi's genes from among the children of Ishmael Shmishmael. Instead," that one's not appropriate, "instead of all the firstborn that openeth the matrix among the children." Wait. What? "That open the matrix among the children of Israel Shmishmael. Therefore, The Levi's genes shall be mine.
We will send Smoky Saint into the school to punish the children.
Apparently, they're going after all the Levi's genes, which, classic supervillain dilemma. Mwahaha. Because all the... Listen, I am trying to make this guy not sound like a supervillain, but he is doing it to himself. I'm just going to read this without trying to change anything.
Do it.
Just let him sound.
Let it sink in.
Except for New York. I'm changing New York. Because all the firstborn are mine. For on the day I smote all the firstborn in the land of New York, I hollowed unto me all the firstborn in Israel, both man and beast.
Yeah, we
Mine
remember.
shall they be. I am the Lord. Bob. Yo. How is this not a supervillain?
He missed his calling in life.
Missed his calling, apparently.
Yeah.
Jesus H. Christ, apparently. Apparently, this guy. Or half of his book.
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes.
Jesus is the Father, he's the Holy Spirit, but he's not. It's a complicated thing.
It's a triangle of love, baby. A triangle of love. All right.
That's a very good way of steelmanning it, Amy. Thank you.
I think this is our final section of the night. Before we move into our lovely open mic, it has been fun. If you just joined us, this is our Skeptic Bible Study. We are in Numbers chapter 3, which is the 4th book of the Bible. We are going word for word through the entire Bible. So we are moving into a census of the Levi's genes. You need to know how many Levi's genes is in there, which of course sounds highly exciting. Highly exciting. The bunny agrees. But
absolutely.
Also we have some feminism. That's right. The Bible likes to remind us that it's a feminist textbook. It really likes to put women in their place.
I mean, that women are people in the Bible sometimes. Sometimes they're more
women are
like
people.
Sometimes they're more like animals or cattle, or goods. But they're sort of like people, I guess, in a way.
Exactly. Well, at least in the Bible, they're sort of like people. But also, we have been... If you don't have sex, you gotta have violence, ladies and gentlemen. You gotta have something to sell out there. We got another helping of a stabby.
Yeah. And Amy, you can't have sex anymore because Claire took over. So the theocracy, all that. So you're no more sexy time for you.
Damn you, theocracy. Just reminds me, what is that show? Handmaid's Tale. That's all that comes to mind. And there's some people...
That's all that's going to be coming.
There's some people that look at that and they're like, hey, that's a good idea. But anyway, there's also good helpings of injustice. Because you can't just have violence. It's got to be unjust. And last but not least...
God has the best injustice. It's tremendous.
Tremendous. Some people are saying that it is the most fantastic injustice they've ever seen. Some people. But also, we have some good old prejudice right at the end. Because why not? You got to be intolerant of other fishes. It's okay. I actually like squid. Squid are adorable.
Go be calamari.
Calamari, baby. And the Lord Spacket. And at this point, Charlton Heston is just filled to the room with spit. What a lovely sight that would be. In the wilderness I want to say in the wilderness of sin. That would be hotter.
But God's spit
But
must like taste. God's spit must taste amazing.
Must taste amazing, baby. That's right. If I'm in a personal relationship with God, do I get to make out with God? Like, does he give a little tongue? Does he give anything back?
He's going to say, spit on it, Amy.
Mm-mm-mm.
Spit on it.
Most police stations have was. That's right, baby. Look, I am just trying to be ready. We are ready, Freddy. I am
ready for the apocalypse.
That's right.
So that way, yeah, when it happens, you can move on down to Lenox, Alabama, to the Hovind compound to ride out the tribulation there. Because Ken Hovind will be one of the two witnesses that the book of Revelation talks about. So God will protect his little encampment. They'll try to kill Ken Hovind, but they won't be able to. The devil won't be able to get him.
Honestly, the devil doesn't impress me that much if he can go down to Georgia and then lose in a violin contest. I mean, I'm all for Satanism. I feel like you have to step your game up at that point. I'm not to criticize, but
yeah.
And all right, we are having a census of the Levites. We got to make sure every Levi's gene is counted. Yay. I know, so much excitement. These are the chapters I learned in Hebrew school. Are these the chapters you learned in Sunday school, James?
Precisely. Yeah, exactly.
He don't impress me much. Well, I mean, I really don't get, honestly, their entire relationship. I have trouble figuring out which one is the top and which one's the bottom. Because sometimes I think that God's running things. Other times it seems like, man, this Satan guy seems to like best you a lot. Just like the humans seem to best you a lot.
It's everywhere. I mean, it does seem kind of dumb that an omnipotent God would have an enemy. Because who in their right mind would
he's
sign
a
up for
rival.
That?
Like, what is this, Pokemon?
Right.
God's
omnipotent. You could never hurt him. You could never kill him. You could never defeat him. But let's try anyway. Why not? What have we got to lose? I mean, it's not like he'll roast us alive forever.
Though that would be Satan's job. That is Satan's job if we throw him over. He's not even roasting. Technically, he's roasting other people. Or for other people. Or for God.
Depends on how you look at it, yeah.
And he said, Cafe says, God, unfortunately, Amy transcends any form or physical body. Yeah, but he's being real physical right here. Like right here, he seems very physical. And so the only way to fornicate with
she's there, baby,
is basically chug some ayahuasca. And I have taken ayahuasca, and I did not see God. And I saw what you've said before, which is like you need to take a heroic dose. I took a pretty damn good dose, and I would also...
didn't see the machine elves?
Yeah, and I also don't think that if you have to take a high level of drugs to actually see God, I feel like that is a poor way to communicate with humans. Like, let me tell you something. This is a pro-psychedelics channel. I think everyone should take at least psychedelics once in their life just to have their brain knocked off center, just because it shows you that there could be different
ways of looking
states of consciousness. Yeah. Yes, exactly. That you could even think differently to begin with. But I think, just like I think a holy text is a poor way, both of these just seem like
an old
very
book.
odd ways. Exactly. Nom, 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 nom.
Yeah. You guys have science. I have an old book.
And Claire, he's not the most powerful deity convincible. If I may make and we'll let you, we're about to open up to open mic soon for all the people that disagree. But I just will say he's not a very strong God. He is, I hear this all the time, we don't even need to go to most powerful. How about like really powerful? And really powerful God should be like able to interact with the physical world. Like if
He
your
could. He
if
just
your
doesn't want
powers
to.
are not as strong as the coffee cup, then we're off to a bad start. It's like, is God more powerful than the coffee cup? He transcends. Well, what does he do while he's transcending? He just kind of chills there.
Well,
Oh.
yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, they say God could do that, but actually, there is one thing that the Bible says God can't do that you can do. So, if I say something to you that's rude or that's mean to you, and I can say, Amy, I'm sorry about that. I should not have. That was a dumb thing to say, and then you can say, I forgive you. That's the thing God can't do. He can't just forgive people. There's got to be rules and sacrifices, and things have to die.
Any God that says he can't lie, oh baby girl, I don't know how to tell this to you. He
would never
to
lie
you.
to me.
He would never lie to me. Don't you understand? His nature, his essence is goodness, and
truth.
He can't lie.
He is truth.
Is that what he told you down by the bar? Is that what he said?
He is
I'm
truth.
sure.
No, he's only texting with an ex-girlfriend on Facebook because he left some stuff at her house. He's just going to go by and pick it up.
I also find
and then his car broke down, so he ended up staying there for 6 hours. But
and he was texting. It was probably just texting about something else.
Yeah.
But I always find it weird because as if a lack of being able to do something is a power. Like he can't lie is actually like, I don't know. A golden retriever can lie. So is God weaker than the golden retriever? And I love golden retrievers, but come on now. Well, and that's right. Goku could beat God. I will say that once his power level gets over 9,000, I mean, it's over. It's over.
What's that, like Darth Dawkins, like they said, because they're always like, well, everything has to come from God, consciousness, the necessary being, and all that, you know. But then, if God can't lie, then where did lies come from?
Exactly, it's Satan. Sup, Randolph?
Hey, Randolph.
Randolph in the house. And
Godfather of atheism.
It's not necessarily a heroic dose. I expect feigned heroic. I believe the point is stated well. And I agree. And I will say, in my opinion, once again, we're all just talking opinions.
Ayahuasca.
I don't know. He might have taken, and I know that Bill Burr just recently took mushrooms. I had what, in my opinion, I consider a ego death. I think each ego death is different for every person. I think it's part of the reason why I can say I love you to every person now. And it's just so easy because I am on team life. I am, me and Jon Snow are right here. There is the living and the dead, and I'm on team living. Woohoo! Doom, doom, doom. And all right, we're about to open up into the open mic, because we've been having fun reading so much wisdom over here. And we're about to have a census because we didn't have that already. Ugh, so much excitement. But if you missed it, I will say God got really triggered by Arron Rai's 2 sons, and he put strange fire right in front of him. And once again, and Nadab and Apu died before the Lord, Bob, when they offered strange fire before the Lord, Bob. Yeah, so boom. They are no more, and they didn't really even have that big, they didn't even get to have big parts in the show. I was looking forward to them, and then they're just gone. Yeah. And all right.
They didn't get the memo about that fire.
Didn't get the memo. Don't put that strange fire out there. Sup, Best in Show. Also sending love. Mwah. And all right, a census of the Levites. And the Lord spake unto the Charlton Heston. He was like, look, I need a bigger contract. Getting a little picky. My roles are getting bigger. In the wilderness of RuneScape of Sinai, saying the number of children of Levi's genes after the house of their fathers. Oh, wait. Did I go? I'm feeling like, no. Okay, we were this far down. Every once in a while, I'm like, is it me or did we get?
Yeah, it seems
so much of it looks the same. I don't want to reread it, but I also don't want to miss passages. Oh no, we didn't read this. Okay, it's about to get evil. Number of the children of Levi's genes after the house of their fathers by their families. Oh boy. Every male from a month old and upward shall thou number them. Oh my goddess. Okay. I thought this was going to say kill them. So I am so glad.
You never know with God.
Woo. Yes. Well, you never know. We have armies by our side right now. So, and Charlton Heston numbered them according to the word of the Lord Bob. Why? Because the Lord Bob said to. That's what he commanded. Fantastico. I know, it's that green fire. You can't show that strange fire. We should have known better, or their sons should have known better. They were walking into it. It must have been friggin' amazing visual effects. I don't know. Fireworks going off. And these were the sons of Levi's genes by their names. Gershon, Kohath, Mermaid. And these are the names of Gershon, of Goku, by their families. Liberace, Shemael, and the sons of Kohath, by their families. Armchair, and Izar, and Hebron, and Ukulele. And the sons of Uzi. He had an Uzi. Good ukulele. And the sons of Merari by the families of Malachi and Mushi. These are the families, exactly. These are the families of the Levites according to the house of their fathers.
Yay. Wouldn't be the house of their mothers. We're not even going to name them.
Yeah, we can't have that. Don't try to bring our property into this. And the sons of Uzis and mermaids and Malai and Mushi. Okay. Of Garrison was the family of, oh, you damn Libnitz. And the family of Shemitz. Oh, I Shemitzed all over the floor. These are the families of Gershonitz. Damn you, Gershonitz. Those that were numbered of them according to the numbers of all the males, but not the females, because they can go fuck themselves. From a month old, fuck them, and upward. I always wait till when we get the R in our podcast, though I guess the content is sometimes just gets us there anyway. Even those that were numbered of them were 7,505.
Shit'em
5 of them were late. Yeah, and also our Shit'em wood. Lots
extra Shit'em wood.
The families of Goshen shall pitch behind the tabernacle westward. Yeah, pitch your tent. And the chief of the house. I lost my
I'm the chief.
I'm the chief. You're the chief, and we're all chiefs now. The chief of the house of the father of the Gershonites. God bless you. Shall be Elisaph, the son of Labelah, Shor, Lahel, and the charge of the sons of Gershon in the tabernacle, which is our portable tent of the congregation, shall be in the tabernacle. And wow, it's bigger on the inside. And the tent covering thereof and the hanging of the door of the tabernacle, our lovely portable tent of the congregation, who I think is dead by now. We haven't really been paying attention to them. and the hangings of the court in Judge Judy, and the curtain for the door of the court, which is by the tabernacle and by the altar in a roundabout, because it's becoming, we're starting to make suburbs, and the cords of it all for the service thereof.
Yeah.
We're gonna
Gentrification of the tabernacle.
it happens every time. And of Kohath, our buddy, where the family of Armutz and the family of Israelites are other buddies, and the family of Herbanites, who we love. This is how you get high. And the family of, or Good Green, and the family of ukuleles. These are the families of the Kothanites. Very important.
Wow.
This is going to be on the test, ladies and gentlemen. In the number
I hope you guys
of
are paying
all
attention.
yeah. You're writing this down.
The number of dicks
very
in
important.
this camp. The number of dicks.
Number of dicks. And did you know that a whale's, it's actually 15 foot, and anyway, in the number of males from Ken
He did his
baby.
doctoral thesis on it. Hello, my name is Ken Toven. Did you know that the whale has 15-foot penis?
Pat, I'm now imagining him giving a dissertation on whale. And anyway, from a month and upward, we're 8,602, but they were too busy at the hot dog stands, keeping charge of the sanctuary. The families of the sons of Kohath, who I'm pretty sure is a villain in a Mortal Kombat video game, shall pitch on the side of the tabernacle southward.
I think he was in Street Fighter.
Street Fighter. Boom, 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 boom. And the chief of the house of the father of the families of Kohath Fatal Titties shall
chief
be
of the house of the father of the families of the house of the father of the families
in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Shall be Elzaphan, the son of Ukulele. And their charge, they're going on a new ark. That's fantastic. And their charge shall be on the ark, version 2. And the table and the candlestick and the altars. This is how you summon demons, ladies and gentlemen.
What are you going to do with that candlestick, Amy?
I'm going to shove it up a place where the sun... And anyway, the altars and the vessels of the sanctuary, where if they minister, that's good to know. And they hanging, well, that's also good to know. How hung is he? He's well hung, baby. And all the service thereof. And Elzabar the third, the son of Arron, well, that's good to know he still has sons left. That's nice.
His wife better be popping him out quick at the rate God's killing him.
Hi, Wesley. In fact, it's funny that you say that, because we are actually selling timeshares in hell tonight. We are, if you like living near the Lake of the Damned, do we have a place for you? Call now, 1-800-666.
Near the Arron Raw Preserve, like the gated community for all the extra evil sinners.
You darn heathens. Though if you disagree with our interpretation of what we've been reading tonight, or what we call a literal reading, you can come on and say where you disagree.
Even if you think it's all bullshit, but you still think we should have a theocracy anyway, just because. Yeah.
Just for funsies. You can come on and tell us, because we'll be switching into the open mic soon. But man, we've just been learning so much wisdom. So much. All right, we got Elzar and Arron.
So many.
And Elzar, the son of Arron, priest, shall be chief over the chief of the Levi's genes and have the oversight of them.
Can I be the chief? I want to be the chief. Can I be the chief?
I will be the chief. Oh, baby.
You got to be the chief last time.
You could be chief over my genes any day. Have the oversight committee of them and keep charge of the sanctuary. Of Merahera was the family of Malphite, also from League of Legends, and the family of Mushtits. That's what it says, ladies and gentlemen. These are the families of Mermaid.
From the Hittites.
From the Hittites. They're related to the Mushites are related to the Hittites. And those that were numbered of them, according to the number of all the males, because no one gives a frig about the females, from a month old and upward, were 6,000. They really are just counting the men. Like, what the hell? Yeah. Like, it's both boring and misogynistic. Way to go, Bible.
How would you count the baby factories?
Listing people. Sometimes the Bible's exciting. It's going around and killing and drowning people. We're going on adventures. But you are literally just counting men. Like,
counting dicks.
Cool story, bro. Thank you, Bible. Numbered of them, according to the males, so a month old. And the chief of the house, not the female of the house, of the father of the families of Mermaid and Zuriel, Tala, Maya, Tatatau, the son of Abahel. These shall pitch their own tents in the morning. Testosterone does that to you. On the side of the tabernacle, northward. Oh, fantastic. Such a macro manage. I know, Gizmo. Like, really? Like, at this point, God should just come down and do it himself. And under the custody, he's getting custody. Oh, his long fought case. And the I honestly, if God is a father, he should not have fought. I mean, I normally don't take sides, but I feel like I have enough information. Yeah, that God should not get the kids here. And under the custody and the charge of the sons of Mermaid shall be boards of the tabernacle and the bars that they go in thereof and the pillars that they also love decorated and the arm sockets that we have to fit in here thereof and all the vessels that we hold the alcohol in thereof and all the serveth thereto. And the pillars of the court, more roundabouts in our frickin' suburbs, and their arm sockets, and their pins, and their cords. We're sewing, ladies and gentlemen. Like, what are we doing here? Those I understood. I understood the counting people. So we got the 607 or 6,200 males. That all okay. They camped on the north side. I got that. How about this? They were in charge of the tabernacle boards, bars, pillars, sockets, vessels, and cords. I mean, you could have saved us time, but it's just really random. Okay.
Yeah, like there's like scribes must have been getting paid by the word. Paid by the word.
Really? Baby. All right, we lost custody, or Yahweh lost custody. But those that encamp, they're setting up an encamp. Oh man. I've been a priest class before. I've been, right next to when they respawned. You're right next to an encampment. I got you. It's tough. Before the tabernacle, toward the east, not the west, towards the east, even before the tabernacle of the congregation, hey, we got a congregation, which is eastward, shall be our main man, Charlton Heston, and Arron Ra, and whatever is left of whatever sons he's got left. What a nice God.
At this point, I would not, if I were one of Arron Ra's kids, I wouldn't want to be anywhere near that temple.
Like, I understand Moses being okay, because, he got out. He was able to get out of the Red Sea, and now he's basically a bookkeeper after all this shit. But Arron, man, I would be pissed as hell. He just killed... depending on how you read this, because I'm not sure if this is a retelling or he just killed more sons, 2 to 4 of his sons. Holy moly. Moses.
It's bad either way. You didn't have to kill any of them, but... Yeah.
Strange fire. It was adultery. Adultery. Though it doesn't really say adultery. Like, I hear the apologetic. That's still an evil guy if you're just killing people for worshiping someone else.
And look right here. How many times do they have to tell that if the stranger comes by the tabernacle to kill him? I mean,
yeah, I feel like, why are we killing all these people? Okay, but those that encamp before the tabernacle to the east, oh my gosh, even to the east, even before the tabernacle of the congregation eastward. Well,
not to the west or the south.
Not to the west. Those shall be our main man, Charlton Heston, Arron Ra, whatever hell's left of his sons, keeping charge of the sanctuary for the charge of the children of Israel Shmishmael. The stranger danger that come nigheth shall be put to death. Yeah. They don't like strangers. They seem to like killing them, actually.
I guess that's the best thing to do with them, right? According to God. I
guess so. Why not? Might as well just kill everyone we don't understand. All that were numbered of the Levites' genes.
Kill them all and like God sort them out.
I'll be honest with you. It seems like God is sorting them out. It's more like I will sort them out by killing them, but sure. All that were numbered of the Levi's genes, which Moses and our main man Arron Ra numbered at the commandment of the Lord, Bob, throughout their families. And hey, I let them still have families. All the males from a month old and upward, because no one cares about the females.
Everyone with a dick.
Everyone with a dick. We're 20 and 2,000. And the Lord Bob said unto Charlton Heston, I guess this is why this chapter is called Numbers, right? Number all the firstborn of the males of the children from a month and old upward. We get it. You've been saying that. Which take the number of their names. And thou shalt take the Levi's genes for me. I knew it. I knew that it was his plan.
He's going to take the jeans. You can wear the Walmart brand jeans. He's going to get Levi's.
He's wearing Levi's. He's getting the nice brand. I am the Lord, Bob. We know. You've said that. You've said that so many times.
No. I am the Lord thy God. Did you get that?
I want you to know, if anyone else was saying this, like I am Bob, like over and over and over again, we get it. You may be Bob. You may be the Lord, but you may also need padded walls. I'm just saying. If you need to say your name over and over that much to make sure people remember it.
I'm kind of a big deal.
I am the Lord. I am the Lord. I am the Lord. We get it. We get it. You're the Lord. Instead, all of the firstborn among the children of Israel, Shmishmael, and the cattle. Where'd the cattle come in? Are we getting cattles that wear jeans? I want cows.
It's the Sandra Bullocks.
Oh, it's the Sandra Bullocks are wearing jeans. Got you.
Yeah, the Sandra Bullocks are back.
And the cattle of the Levi's genes. Instead of all the firstlings, don't let Anakin know about our firstlings.
No, I thought that was fistlings.
Vroom, vroom, vroom. Yeah, well, fistlings too. The fistlings among the cattle of the children of Israel, Shmishmael, and Charlton Heston numbered. He's just sitting there numbering each one.
One, two.
I just noticed something. Let's think about this for a second, because we've been just letting the numbers go over our head. But is God really, or Moses really, did he count 22,000 people? Did he count 8,000 people, 7,000? Like,
always up to round numbers.
Yes, though I see they're about to break it. I think they're about to say yes. So we're about to get an uneven number the first time. I feel like they were catching on. They're like, we need to throw in a random number here, or they're going to know this is complete horse. Anyway.
Wait a minute. Who was the Pharaoh in Egypt at that time? Do we know? Do we know the Pharaoh's name?
His name was actually Pharaoh Bling Bling.
Oh. So just Pharaoh. And what
Just
was the
Pharaoh.
next? What was the next Pharaoh?
Well, his name was actually Pharaoh.
Oh, and then the one after that. We're gonna go with
Well,
Pharaoh again.
yeah. His name. It's a beautiful name.
I mean, the Bible, it goes to painstaking detail to name all these people here, but go figure, somebody who could actually be verified in history, somebody could go and check and see if the guy actually lived. No name. Huh.
Yeah, you
Go
just have to
figure.
take my word for it that his name was Pharaoh.
Okay. All right. Makes sense. Faith.
Remember, James, you can't use this. We got to turn off Mr. Brain Friend. It's
Oh.
okay.
To drink like a half gallon of antifreeze, and then it'll understand.
Then it's all going to make sense. But it's okay. We're selling lots of Levi's jeans tonight. All right. All that were numbered of the Levi's jeans, which Moses, Charlton Heston, and Arron numbered at the commandment of the Lord throughout their families. All the males from a month and upward were 22,000, and I counted each one. And the Lord Bob said unto Charlton Heston, number all the firstborn. You've been telling me that, God. Of the males, of the children of Israel, Shmishmael, from a month old and upward. How about 2 years old and upward? No, 1 year. And take the number of their names.
Yep, that's what we've been doing. We've been doing the fucking census, God.
We get it, God. We've been writing everybody down. And thou shalt take the Levites from me. Oh, finally, you're giving back. Because I'm the Lord. We get it. Instead of all... Did you take us out of Egypt? Did you? You going to take us out again? Instead of all firstborn, for some reason, among the children of Israel, Shmishmael, and the cattle of Levi's genes, yes, put those cows in pants. Instead of all the firstlings among the cattle of the children of Israel, Shmishmael. Makes perfect
Cows
sense.
in Levi's.
Cows in Levi's.
Sandra Bullock.
Get those Sandra Bullocks. And Charlton Heston.
A whole pasture of them.
A whole
field of just Sandra Bullocks. Yeah.
And numbered, and as the Lord Bob commanded him, that all the firstborn, praise I am there, among the children of Israel, Shmishmael, and all the firstborn males, once again, not the females, we could just eat them, by the number of names from a month old and upward, of those that were numbered of them, were 20,213. For some reason, 3 extra guys showed up, baby. And the Lord spake. Why you spack it on to me? Come on, you could just say it to me.
I mean, maybe it would have been 15, but then God killed Arron Ra's kids, so they had to correct the number.
No.
13.
13. Also, supposed to lead. In fact, sending love to both our YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch streams. Feel free to tag me with any comments you have at Amy Newman. And send them love.
Tag her. She can't get enough of it.
Oh, baby. Tag me. Tag me as hard as you can. We got Levi's jeans. They shall be mine, for I am the Lord. And for those that are to be redeemed, we're talking about paladins now, of the 213 of the firstborn of the children of Ishmael, Shmishmael, which are more than the Levites. Thou shalt even take 5 shekels apiece by the poll. Oh, fake news polls.
Whip out those shekels, baby.
Whip out those shekels. My joke, I always ask the neo-Nazis, excuse me, I'm like, where are my shekels? If the Jews control the world, where are my shekels?
I am driving a Rolls Royce.
I should be having space lasers. I should be Soros should be like, we should be having tea together. A piece by the pole after the shekel of the sanctuary shall thou take them. The shekel is 20 geraphs. And since we're about to actually be coming to the end of our chapters tonight, I'm actually going to send the link into chat.
Oh boy.
So we can get some people backstage as we finish the chapter. But we have been Skeptic Bible studying on strange fire. We read chapter 2, and we are about to finish chapter 3 of the book of Numbers, the 4th book of the Bible. We're moving through, baby. We're moving through.
It's almost coming. It's about to come.
And is what she said. And all right, I'm sending the StreamYard link into the chats. And we're moving to the end of our fun. We took 5 shekels a piece after our poll, and we got
that sounds
sanctuary.
about right.
Sounds about right. Good roundabout. And thou shalt give the money, wherewith the odd number of them is redeemed by a paladin class unto Arron Ra, and whatever is left of his sons.
How many has he got left? Not for long.
I don't know.
Not for long.
What? Not for long. I wouldn't be cooking around Yahweh. Let's just say that way.
Better give his sons a nice hug before they go to the tabernacle. It might be the last time he sees them.
Yeah, might be the last time before ashes to ashes. But, and Moses took the redemption, the redeemer money of them, that they were over and above, and they were redeemed by the paladins, by the Levi genes of the firstborn of the children of Israel Shmishmael. Took he the money, get those shekels, baby, 1,365 shekels specifically, after the shekel of the sanctuary, and 5. Get change, please. Please get milk and come home with change. And Charlton Heston gave the money of them that were redeemed by the paladin class onto Arron Ra, and whatever the hell was left of his sons, according to the word of the Lord, as the Lord commanded Charlton Heston.
Woohoo! Yay!
Woo-hoo. Wow. Holy moly. That's what I have to say. And that brings us to our what do you think, James? Our Fist Fruits review. Can you imagine all of this wisdom? I don't know what else to say.
It was about what you were thinking it would be. Yeah, it was about as terrible as that.
And I mean, it's not surprising why this is not an often quoted chapter. Let's just put it that way.
A lot of these chapters we've come to so far are not often quoted.
Yeah, I would say the first 2. The funny thing is, you would kind of destroy the narrative by removing Adam and Eve, but you could remove both of the first 2 books and remove all of the wisdom that you would take. You wouldn't be missing anything by just throwing out the first 2 books of the Bible. I don't think we had one thumbs up, like one good
you could
category.
For the first 2?
Yeah, in the first 2 books, it was just like all God messing stuff up.
Well, I don't think we had any in Genesis. I think we had to wait till Exodus to get one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, don't lie. I mean, okay, I guess that's a good thing most of the time.
Unless you're being held captive,
Right.
which you probably should lie.
Yeah. And sometimes, yeah, like Jim Carrey said in Liar Liar, sometimes we need to lie.
Well, I mean, that's the other thing. I don't understand just the entire concept of God is unable to lie. Like, that seems like a trait you put on your plenty of fish profile. Like, don't like liars. Like, I don't understand how a God can't lie.
I
Like,
hate
I
lying
understand that's
liars
what
so
you
much,
want.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
I'm made out of pure goodness. Well, they'll say stuff like, well, whatever he says, it just is. I don't that almost seems like a curse more than something like I just said, oh, wouldn't it be funny if that guy got hit by a car and it just happened? That is a curse. That is scariness. I don't know.
When Jesus cursed that damn fig tree, he busted a cap on that tree.
Well, Yahweh doesn't have good traction with trees.
No? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. He has a thing about trees.
I don't understand the Adam and Eve story at all. Like, now I will say, when you take these stories metaphorically, I'm going to give the best olive branch I can.
The best steel man available.
When these stories were written, the whole point, I think, was the metaphorical. You're not supposed to focus on everyone drowning. You're supposed to focus on the hardships and all this stuff.
Right.
But this has been thousands of years. And the people that generally defend these stories don't take it metaphorically. They're not there to say, what wisdom can we even mine from this? They are here to say, no.
It's actually happened.
Actually happened. And
literal history on page.
Exactly. And so once that happens, it's just a horror story because now God really is killing everyone.
Yeah. At will, open fire, God. Yeah.
And all right, ladies and gentlemen, the link is pinned. We're going to go for an hour if some people join or a little bit less.
Do we have anybody back there?
We'll just wrap it up. We don't have anybody yet. We've actually been going. We're almost at 2 hours and 30 minutes.
I saw that. It was a fight. It was not the most riveting chapters we've ever.
A lot of this stuff is not stuff, like I said, I read in Hebrew school. This is not the clipboard version that your second grade teacher drags into you and is like, hey, all right, everyone, today we're going to learn about how Nadab and Abihu died because the Lord didn't like the strange fire that was offered. Yeah, they don't seem to go over that chapter. Don't know why.
Not a big hit. No. They don't spend a whole lot of time on that one. It wasn't in the movie either, the Ten Commandments. I don't remember that part.
And it makes me wonder how much of the New Testament is the same. I haven't read really much of the New Testament, and I'm sure that, it's heavily quote mined. You read the Sermon on the Mount, and then,
there's a few things in there that sound all right, but you don't have to go too far to find stuff that, gets off track.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the wisdom. But remember, James, these aren't the rules that we have to follow because they sent his son to die. Doesn't that make sense?
The new covenant, the scapegoat, the holy, wonderful scapegoat. You always need a good scapegoat.
Which, once again, another concept that just makes my skin crawl. The concept of a scapegoat.
I make mistakes, Amy. I've done bad things. You've made mistakes. You've done things you're not proud of. Wouldn't it be good if we can just put all that on to somebody else, all the mistakes you ever made?
Exactly. You could just throw them all on to like a single guy, and just yeet
Yeah.
all of the bad things that we've done. And so
Why
Kafid
not?
says,
Why not?
the Garden of Eden is beautifully explained on the Atheist Experience with Tracy Harris and Mitchell Diamond at the 22-minute. Well, I would be open. I've watched a lot of the Atheist Experience. I would like to understand what is the good interpretation of the Garden of Eden, because in my view, God denied them the one thing in which wouldn't have sent them out of the Garden of Eden. He threw them out for not knowing good and evil when it was the one thing that they didn't know. It's like, that's a
that was what the
Ponzi
preacher was
scheme.
saying.
Yeah,
that's what we're saying with the preacher, and you made that point with him, like, hey, they were not culpable for what they did because God made them to be ignorant of right and wrong. They didn't know it would be bad to not do what he said. Then it seems like they say, oh no, God granted them just the knowledge that they should obey him. So that would be their only sense of right and wrong that they did have, I guess, maybe. Even though it doesn't say that. That's not in the text. That he made a special exception so that they would know that they needed to listen to him. That was important. Yeah.
Say you just got to read the context, James. If you can read between the lines, none of this is evil.
Over, under, around the lines, turn them upside down, and if it says something evil, just pretend it says something good. Do the P. Mars interpretation.
Exactly. Well, don't you know how much he loves us? He actually sent his son to die. Yeah. That actually sounds kind of evil, but sure.
Oh, you mean to, as the Matt Dillahunty says, to sacrifice himself to himself, to act as a loophole for rules that he created in the first place. Yeah. Which
exactly.
also
It all makes sense.
A point I brought to preacher that so God creates humans. He knows full well humans will eventually sin. He makes us capable of that. He even creates a guy that is going to go in there and try to get them to sin. A guy that's much smarter than they are, much more crafty. And God's just going to let him waltz right into that garden with these two lobotomized, ignorant people who know nothing about anything and just have free reign with them. But here's the thing, don't worry. All this problems, he's gonna come at the end and save the day, and then we can spend eternity thanking him for saving us from a problem that
you can worship him forever and ever.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for getting us out of the mess that you created in the first place. It's exactly the same thing with the Exodus from Egypt. Like, I am Lord thy God that brought thee out of Egypt. I'm also the God who got you guys into Egypt in the first place.
Egypt.
But I still got you out of it.
But I took you out. And okay, we're going to go for about an hour longer. And so I'm going to get Claire in here. We're going to have some fun. And with that, we are switching over to our open. Why, hello there, Claire. We are having our open mic. We are Skeptic Bible studying on Numbers chapter 2 and 3. Hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts?
I didn't hear all of it. Thank you for having me, Amy. But I'll try and answer your questions from the little that I know of Judaism through listening to rabbis every week about reading their weekly portion of the Torah.
Where do you see the rabbis at?
Sorry?
Where do you see the rabbis? Do you go to a temple or online?
Online.
Okay.
No, I don't. Yeah, there are plenty of them. I do like Rabbi Mizrahi because he's so ultra orthodox, and he is quite funny, and he gives you the pure principle of Judaism that he expects people to follow, and explains it in his own particular way, which isn't the diluted ones of the Reform rabbis. So I think you guys might find him quite amusing, and possibly educational, because he does explain the purpose of the verses, maybe better than just reading it yourselves. So he's quite controversial. He actually got into trouble over Holocaust denial, because he basically said that Hitler assumed that Jews who had just one Jewish grandparent out of their four were Jewish, when the Orthodox view is that you're only Jewish if your mother is Jewish. So basically, he said the 6 million who died, well, they weren't proper Jews, and yeah.
That's a pretty
and only
degenerate
1 million died. So that's a story about Rabbi Mizrahi, in case you're interested.
Okay, that sounds like a No True Scotsman, but look into
Right.
look. And okay, let's go. Thank you so very much, Claire. And there's no one else backstage, so we're going into open conversation.
Open conversation.
And I knew I was born to be a heathen, because I say this often. I went to a conservative synagogue, and I used to lovingly rube or tease the Orthodox that would come there, because they would always dav, and then me and my friend would be. And so we would we'd be like behind them.
They wrapped the tefillin. They didn't do that in that synagogue.
What? Say that again?
The tefillin, they wrap the leather things around them in the morning, put the little box on their forehead.
Like they wrap the books and all that.
Was that in Europe, in the conservative synagogues, or only in the Orthodox?
I know there was certain things where, like, it was very special when they took the Torah out and they would cover it with a blanket and all this.
All that wisdom in there that we've been getting
all
through
that
so
wisdom. But yeah, so we have been Skeptic Bible Study, and if you just joined us, we're going to be going for about an hour, but it's been fun.
Or so.
We'll see how much. That's true. Because it might be harder for Claire, because she is not Jewish or Christian, though the Muslims claim that they follow this book. Their whole shtick, I have noticed lately, is to be like, oh, you have a Christian worldview. But then secretly they're like, but we kind of pray to the Jewish God. It's like, So it's
your scriptures are corrupted. Ours are the better. Ours is the real copy. Yours were.
It's about the oneness of God, really, that Jews and Muslims agree on. They're saying he is one, while Christians mix him up with the Holy Spirit and
see. Jesus. But in the Jews also generally think that there were other gods. And so
in the Old Testament, anyway,
they just think that they were the chosen one of their God, and so it was almost breaking off from polytheism and saying this is our one guy, but then there's many, and then the Christianity.
That's the way the story was made. Like they didn't get to the real monotheism till like the book of Isaiah, but. By that time, they went through and they basically changed all the original text to make it look more monotheistic. But there's still clearly some themes in there that you just can't. There's a few things in there you can't just white out and rub away. Rub one out.
But the way Moses, I mean, the description of the interaction of Moses with God is problematic from an idolatrous point of view, that Moses only was too afraid to look at God directly, but he opened his eyes and saw the back of God as he moved
God's
away.
back parts. His back parts.
Yes,
we
I
remember
know.
that
I mean,
one.
it's literally put in that way. But Maimonides later said, look, we can't look upon God as in any way physical, and this was part of the 13 principles of Judaism, which is part of Jewish identity. Did you learn about those, Amy? The 13
Jacob
principles?
wrestled with God.
I've heard more. I thought about like the 13 tribes of Israel and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
I'd say 13 hours a day, but she's been
I will
going
say there's a lot they
a
didn't
day.
teach us in Hebrew school. Just like there's a lot I don't think they teach in Sunday school. I imagine that. But I think it's like that with all of them, because if you
Do the
follow
Muslims
the book,
have like Sunday school, or they just have? They don't have anything
probably
like
have
that.
Well,
Friday school.
I mean, I did go to mosque and participated in this sort of new Muslim circle, or people who are not Muslim interested in the religion, and it took place on Saturdays. But that's a sort of special thing they organise, obviously for new people who don't quite know the score, and people thinking of joining. That was quite fun, quite sociable, but segregated by sex.
Another thing I don't like.
Cat Stevens.
Mm. But it kind of makes you wonder about what the other lot are doing, which may make you respect them a bit more. So,
What do you mean the other lot?
The men, you wonder what the men are doing, and I kind of got a friend of mine to say, oh, please, just pretend you're interested and go to one of these new Muslim circles about for men and tell me how it goes. And it was a quite different approach. Women, it's like, welcome, let's have tea and coffee and and wait for the imam to come. But for the men, they were asked questions about why they want to do it on an individual basis.
I mean, I guess there's different ways, right? I imagine the women are probably. But see, that's why it might be good to mix up, because then you get both. You get both sides.
Well, you don't want the women thinking they're like equal partners.
People behave differently when they're in an all male or all female group. And
yeah, but just mandatory making it that way, I think, is kind of an odd approach.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it would be odd for us. I mean, they have male and female entrances as well, but then in London, and I think in other junior schools, you actually have a boys and a girls entrance, and this was in Victorian times when they really respected that, and yeah, in fact, Victorian factories had male and female entrance for the male and female employees.
But wouldn't we want to get away from that?
Maybe we've gone too far away from that. Maybe, I don't know. Well, it depends. I mean,
too much male and female integration. Amy's okay either way.
Woohoo! That's true. I mean, if you.
She can use either.
Doesn't really work when you like both. When you like both, I guess it doesn't really matter.
She can use either entrance.
That's what she said. Yeah. Global homo.
Great.
Okay, great. It's allowed to say it now, because it's like, oh my God, every time I said it, people went hissy fit. But,
well, most people, I can't help it. I'm the exact other way.
Politically incorrect.
I hear it and then I get excited because I'm like now because I want to double global homo. I want to make as much global homo as we can.
But as long as we can use a word.
Sure. Oh well, no. As long as you don't break the TOS.
Oh no, I wouldn't dream of doing that and getting our channel into trouble.
because I'd say James and I like hearing. We're gonna go with the terms diverse ideas.
Tremendous stamina.
Tremendous
It is our
stamina.
strength.
And we can't help it. We as atheists, we love getting theists on here. You're like you're half a theist.
Yes. Well, I can see the world through a theistic lens, I suppose. So that's what I can say. Oh, but this means death for Jews.
We just got to get you
scary things like that.
We just got to convince you to get away from theocracy. We got this. We got
away from
Saudi Arabia.
I don't want to go there. I don't want to repeat what they do in the West. I mean, other Muslims don't like them. You know that. I hope.
What, Saudi Arabia? Well, in my opinion, other religious people don't like any other sect that isn't theirs. Like, that is the go-to.
No, Amy, it's
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. Gotta have the right sect, because if you don't have the right sect, then you're going to hell. Just like all those heathen atheists. Yeah.
They're quite liberal in Oman, I believe.
Yeah, I'm sure in their cities they're very liberal, or at least not very liberal. But that's how it tends to go. Just and no matter what country it is, the more you urbanize, the less religious you are, the more rural, the more they take on whatever the country's religious background tends to be.
Yeah.
We just gotta make babies.
Yeah. The other day I was talking to this Afghan and he was just saying, yeah, we do have sex with goats, if we have to.
Well, I don't know. I will say that my heart
he's
just
an
goes out
Americanized
for
one, but I mean, it was just so throw away.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I just think you were, you might have just been talking to a gentleman who likes goats, but
no, he doesn't. But he's just saying.
Well, that's what he says. Yeah.
That's just the guy next to the gas station. That's just Fred. Don't mind Fred.
License and registration, chicken fucker.
But I just feel bad for Afghanistan because it's being taken back by religious extremists right now. It's being taken back by the Taliban. And so my heart just goes out to them because we were over there for so long. And I don't know what the answer is because we can't stay over there forever. But at the same time, I just feel bad for all the lay people out there that are got to be overtaken by these Wahhabists.
Well, that's Western imperialism for you. I mean, Afghanistan.
Which
graveyard for?
I'd say part because I'm not a fan of the Taliban. Unless you're saying we funded them a long time ago, but they're the religious extremists, aren't they?
Well, yes, but the thing is, maybe we should leave other countries alone, even if you don't like the way they run their countries. And when you think you can, you make things worse for the people that you're supposed to help, but maybe the purpose of invading Afghanistan wasn't to help the people at all.
Well, I agree that probably our main purpose wasn't probably to help them, but I don't know. The whole live and let live attitude works only to the point that people aren't being tortured by dictatorships and religious theocracies. Like, I want everybody to just live their own thing, do their own life, but I don't know, when it gets to a certain point where it's like, oh, that's just their thing. It's like, nah, it actually seems like they're imprisoning their women. And then it just doesn't seem, it's not like a cultural thing. It's just like a inspired by men kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, men do run the laws, but then, we kind of see what happens when women get to run or control things.
Which is?
Well, you get women in high places. Some people think it's a good thing, others
Maybe gets
don't.
in high places.
It's a little different, but yes. Sup, Wild Eden?
Hey,
And
Wild.
so I know you are not a fan of feminists. I am. I take a very middle ground approach, but I don't think it's then good to go the opposite direction. Like if
we just have to be fair, I think. So people think, oh, it's fair enough, and I guess the measure of gender relations is when men and women can bear to marry each other and have children with each other and stay together for the sake of the children. I think that is the kind of minimum standard to make a society work and remain in existence. And I don't think the West has that.
I'll be honest with you.
Next thing they'll be voting and driving cars and
I know,
walking
it'd be
the
crazy.
streets.
Well, Muslim women are not forbidden to drive cars in other Muslim
As
countries.
of recently, Saudi Arabia, but that was recently.
Yeah, because the Saudis did a deal with the British and the Americans, and it seems to include, well, we do what we like with our women, you just leave us alone, and we allow you to drill for oil in Saudi. I think that's a deal, which is why they're able to get away with far more repressive measures on their people and women to other non-oil countries in the world, like Pakistan.
Most likely.
So a lot of countries, like you're saying, Pakistan, that is not I would say a bastion for liberal rights either, but they're at least women can drive. Oh, and Simos Funk, but and in my opinion, I would like, because a lot of them,
Simos Funk can
even
drive?
in Pakistan, it's still a Muslim republic. I'm not even sure how they word it, but I'd like also Israel to be secular. I would like all the countries. I would like the Church of England not to be a thing. I would like really all governments to be secular.
Bin Laden living like 3 blocks away from the Pentagon over there, like their version of the Pentagon, their military command.
Well, Bin Laden is also, it is to show you the power that you can be rich, but sometimes when you're looking for some spiritual thing in your life, that he can get drawn into these type of cults that, that they're looking for meaning, and you can't always find that in Las Vegas. And so they get drawn apart. Though I think, generally speaking, the Las Vegas and all the, how should I put this? The secularism, heathenism, whatever you want to call it, is going to outwin the religious. But we shall see, because I am adding in Simos Funk to the conversation. Simos, how are you? Wow. We are Bible studying the book of Numbers, chapter 2 and 3. Hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts?
Did you say Numbers, first of all?
Numbers, baby, the book of Numbers.
Yeah, no, that's always struck me as an odd title for a book like that. I mean, again, is it more grandiose claims from this religion that they're first to everything? Yeah, I mean, it just seems a little strange to be doing that. They certainly weren't first to Numbers, let's face it. Again, more copying from the Babylonians. I mean, if I could say anything about that particular book, it's just they just want to be Babylonians.
You're about to get pounced on, Amy.
They just want to be Babylonians, and as such, I don't think they're quite as sophisticated either in some ways. But it's very strange to me that which purports to be full of wisdom, if I can use the Greek derivative word.
It comes from the 2 censuses taken of the Israelites. That's why it's called the Book of Numbers, if you're interested.
Right. I'm not particularly, to be fair, but thank you very much for the information. It always helps to have more than less. So I appreciate that. But it strikes me as a very weird conflict to look for wisdom in a book which has so many things which are clearly make-believe.
Well, Jews are known to be smarter than Gentiles, aren't they?
No.
I feel like that is I don't know what, because I don't want to say, I want to bring race. I feel like it's just humans out there. And sometimes you can find traits in certain groups of people, but for the most part, it's just humans. It's just one species.
Well, I mean, I do think there's something to saying that those groups which are very authoritarian can make their children do all sorts of things, including pay attention at school. And I think there's some good examples of that. Obviously, Asian families are very put a lot of pressure on their children to achieve.
I believe in culture. I'm sure. I think that there are different cultures, and that you can sometimes they can conflict. Sometimes they can, I don't know if nurture, but share is the right word. Though I think we are mixing, and that's going to continue to happen.
Well, I mean, my issue is that yes, sure, authoritarian cultures lead to these particular outcomes where it looks like they achieve higher standards, and therefore wrongly we attribute that they may be more intelligent. I don't think it is that, but again, the problems that lie within authoritarian cultures tend to be that the people that aren't so smart in them, and let's face it, 50% of people are stupid. I think those kind of issues lead to a lot more social upheaval and problems than trying to force people, trying to let people find their own level and achieve what they can within a reasonable sense of curiosity and inquiry, which really should be the standard, I think, for education. But I think that leads to more healthy outcomes for a society as well. Certainly less religiosity and certainly less dogmatic acceptance of things which are, clearly either immoral or fantasy or just plain straight pulling the wool over someone's eyes. I think societies are better off, like the West has shown, if they don't have such authoritarian standards by which they judge their people. Anyway, that'll be my little rant.
Thank you so very much, Simos.
Thank you. Let's get to the talking.
Also, yes, that is my kitty baby. It's my fur baby. Not Simos, so I love Simos.
Oh, thank you. I was going to say, thank you. I feel young again.
If you want Amy to put a diaper on you, she'll be more than willing to.
I'm not too worried about diapers. It's when she wants me on my knees. That's the problem.
Number one, I'm almost have to do. I can hear the soundboard in my head.
Oh dear.
Yes, I know, Auntie darling.
Okay, so let's. I think maybe we should explore this authoritarian society's point, because I think we've got Claire in the room who probably would like a male-dominated patriarchy full of authoritarian figures to spank the living shit out of.
I will say, here's a question for the atheist that she's bringing up. She's saying, isn't Western imperialism based and facilitated by the rule of law? I will say I am more interested in what is right than what is the rule of law, because I think that you can have terrible things that are put into law, and then people can say, well, that's the law, and you can look in the manual and it'll say, well, kill this guy and this guy, or kill all these types of people. So it's more about what is right.
I think in principle, you should have a society that respects the rule of law, because otherwise you get anarchy, you get chaos, and it doesn't mean the law is always right. But here's the nice thing about democracy is you can work to change a law that you don't like.
I think a lot of them work.
Indeed.
It's just go, Simon.
Well, I'm saying indeed history since the Second World War has also been towards, First World War, it's kind of started as people started becoming more aware of human rights. We've actually managed to get into legislation a piece of law which says, all humans should be respected and all humans do have rights, and guaranteeing those rights to them. Now, that's something which there's no religion has ever put forward. As far as I'm aware, there's always been some kind of tribal or cultural.
Versus them, yeah.
There's always been some kind of tribal or cultural mandates within these religious morals, right? So, and the fact that so many people push back against the UN's human rights legislation, which isn't law necessarily in all countries, clearly, but I feel should be.
Yeah.
And it's only the enlightened societies in the West that have really adopted them as laws. So I think that goes to tell you quite a lot about the state of the world currently, and in flux. That it's in flux.
Secularism, it's where you want to live.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Nice place to be.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know whether the US has human rights legislation, but I know that Britain has tried to push back against it.
So Claire's saying human rights is a liberal idea. The Quran gives humans all the rights they need.
All the rights
you to say,
they need.
That's a funny sentence. You'll have all the rights you need. Get in the back.
Yeah, apart from particular groups, apart from, right, you apostates, you gays, you.
How many rights?
And then rights have a slightly different meaning. You know what I mean?
There is no this life punishment for apostates in the Quran. This life punishment comes from the Hadith. I'm afraid, the Quran is actually quite a liberal document, and obviously not liberal to. I mean, this life in that the Quran it says God will deal with apostates.
No.
But what happens to apostates?
Not strictly
What happens
true,
to apostates when they die, though?
Yes, so you either believe that and obey, or you don't believe that and disobey and suffer the consequences in the next life. But if you're totally convinced that God doesn't exist, what are these strange interruptions? That's a deal, but the idea is that this life punishments will be visited on you if you follow the Quran properly. But the Hadith, they always impose much harsher punishments than there are in the Quran, which is why I think Islam gets such a bad reputation through the operation of the Hadith, which is only the word of man, while the Quran is meant to be the word of God, and quite a liberal God compared to the book of to the God of the Torah.
He does seem a little obsessed with disbelievers in the Quran. I'm noticing that from the beginning as I start to. I don't know why.
Well, I mean, there is no death penalty for Muslims if they're idolaters.
It seems like it's a conflicted book anyway. I mean, there seem to be two periods, and they call them. I don't know, the Meccan period and the Medina period, right? And depending on which one you look at, they have different interpretations and different sayings. So, it says there's no compulsion in religion. Yeah, exactly. They're not going to force you to become. They're not going to force you to become a Muslim for sure. But if you're not a Muslim, then sorry, I'll shut up. Go ahead, James.
No, I was just saying. What's that thing they have in Mecca? Is that the Kaaba?
Yeah, the black cube that pilgrims would circumambulate as part of their ritual.
I like Randolph's version of that one. Did you remember that, Amy?
Which version?
He had a little image of it that he had as his avatar.
Oh, yeah, the rainbow one.
Yeah, for Pride Month. The Pride Month Kaaba.
Yeah, be nice to have a good old-fashioned... If I say to have an orgy on the Kaaba, will that get me really...
Oh, Amy, you really want to go there?
You might be violating the TOS.
But it would be such a fun time. I'll allow all straight gays to come with me, baby. Oh, what a good time. I will say, we tried to...
There's a Berlin Love Parade, if that's what you want. They have it every year. I think they just had it.
An LGBT parade around it or something?
Yeah, there's a Berlin Love Parade. I think
What
I saw
in Saudi Arabia? Are you sure?
Berlin.
I don't
And then
think
they
so.
took the gays out for shots.
I guess that's pretty close to Mecca.
Like, come on, gays, we're gonna take shots.
Tel
So they were
Aviv,
like,
yeah.
shots.
Is that where they're going to execute a bunch of them?
Yeah.
Oh my! I can't help it.
Yeah.
Neither
So
can
anyway,
Saudi Arabia.
there's these two periods.
Make it
Obviously, one where
like Gay Day
Islam
at
was
Disney.
one where Islam was on the rise, and one where Islam was beginning the domination of the continent, of the subcontinent, I should say. And you know, the values that they have are very different. One is very supplicant to other people around, where we can all live together. And the others are very much more warlike and a kind of foreshadowing of the spreading Islam through conquest, which, if you think about it alone, is part of the problem.
Well, Christians are the one with the 3 global empires, so you know, pot calling the kettle black.
Well, does that? I'm not a Christian, but do you think that justifies the Muslim empire?
Well, all empires are great civilizations, so you do get peace in after an empire has been established. So maybe that's
for those that belong to the empire, yeah. But I think if you ask the Indians about the British Empire, quite a lot of them are a little pissed off about it.
I mean, that's because they didn't organize their country well enough to repel an invasion and avoid colonization. So maybe we all need to think about how we govern ourselves before somebody invades us.
It's pretty hard to resist. It's pretty hard to resist Gatling guns, but yeah, go ahead.
Amy.
I was going to say, I actually have what they call a peace stick right here. It actually gets peace around the corner. All you need to do is insert it into any country and/or body, and peace is acquired.
Yeah,
you cut them to pieces, right?
Exactly.
You achieve peace by cutting them to pieces.
Now you're getting it. Thinking.
Well, once we kill them, then there'll be nobody. It'll be over. Everyone alive will be on our side.
I think this rewriting of history to ignore the suffering of others is part of it. Is part of a big problem that these religious people tend to have.
Don't you see this as a kind of Hegelian dialectic of different ideologies competing for supremacy in a Darwinian way?
Of course not. It's just
isn't that what Hegel's dialectical materialism is all about?
Well, maybe. I don't know.
I would actually answer that. Because I do agree with you to an extent, Claire. I think that this is a competition of ideas. In fact, I think that we have the best horse in the race. And that's why I think we're going to win, just because maybe not atheism, but secularity, as in like taking no position and letting the science sort it out. I think that is going to spread throughout the world. I think we are in a hump right now. Also, that's what he said. But I think we're in this weird hump where we have so much information. Well, yeah, that too. But I think we're in this little bit of a rut right now where we have so much information that we don't know how to sort it. That's why all these conspiracy theories are hot right now, because everything on the internet. Bill Burr has a joke where the library has the decency to have fiction and nonfiction, but on the internet, everything is just like yourright.com. And so I think we have to get through that. And then eventually I think that the information age will win. My opinion.
I certainly worry about it in terms of, it seems like a lot of lot of great ideas in the West have been rolled back because of the need for economy to keep pushing forward and keep expanding, and I think that can be an issue. As I say, in Britain,
That is the worship of mammon.
In Britain,
forbidden.
We've relied on immigration to supplement our cheaper lower wages, and keep our workforce going. And as a result, we've had to release some of the human rights that we would otherwise have been espousing, and we could have been espousing for longer. And that seems quite sad to me. The state of the country, for that reason, of allowing more fundamentalist religious people into the country just to work cheaper and cheaper. It seems to me
that is the
folly.
blowback. Even there seems to be not a complete correlation, but when you have money, when you're living in the city, it tends to be more. You're less religious, but when you come from rural areas and when you're getting immigrants, they tend to be the most religious. I think it's even the same here, and so it's just you have to have a balance, because you want to take people in, and I don't want to delve too much into politics, but then.
Well, I think there's an important balance there. That's what I'm saying, between accepting human rights and espousing human rights. We have some amazing social systems in this country and social nets, which do our our population very well, our childcare policy, etc. And that becomes under increasing strain when you when you allow people to misuse it. So, and we've got no choice. You can't not allow people to misuse it, because you want it to be universal. Right? And that's the human right we're looking for.
I do say I wish we had better healthcare here, but
yeah, well,
politics,
it's not just healthcare.
Bad Amy.
It's not healthcare. I mean, this has been going on since the 80s. So this kind of like whittling away at the state in order to allow capital growth.
Though I will say it is interesting how you guys have a state religion, and yet religion is very boring over there. So
yeah, but they don't. It's not enforced.
Well, exactly. It's almost like the exact opposite, where we don't have a state religion, but our the Protestant which I've learned, because I didn't really know the difference between Protestant and Catholicism.
Yeah.
But they basically came over here and were like, we can go wild. And they did. They created like a million different sects. Yeah, the Puritans. So now.
Although there is some enforcement of it. I mean, obviously, we have religious people in the House of Lords, and they have a guaranteed space. Our schools have to have an act of worship in the morning, etc., etc.
But the bishops are all liberal and approve of all kinds of things that liberals do.
No, that's not true. I don't think that's true myself.
In the House of Lords?
In the House of Lords.
Bishops have a place in the House of Lords, and they can vote.
Isn't that the fancy people?
Don't do anything, they just...
Yeah, that's like I believe it's like the Senate, equivalent to your Senate. It's the people that after the laws have been devised, they approve and then reword the laws to make them make sense. Yeah.
They don't have as much power as the Senate.
The Senate revising chamber
has way more.
They don't write the laws. They just kind of approve them. Really.
They could delay an act of the Commons for 2 years at most. But even if the Commons could probably then override it. No, Danny, we've been gone for a while.
And also, welcome, Danny. We got about 25 minutes left. So the link is still pinned in chat if you'd like to join us. We went over numbers 2 and 3. We had 2 scoops of numbers. And yeah, just like we were saying, the title is living up to the name, because all we're doing is friggin' counting people. Oy.
Oy vey.
Oy vey. I will say that is one of the only remnants I have of the Jewish culture is saying a lot of Yiddish.
Yeah,
I always.
It's deeply embedded in European language.
You got a little spitz, you got a little schmutz over here.
Oh, not quite as much as it is in the New York language, no. But,
That's true.
but yeah, but we still have some. I mean, I would also say that Hegel was mentioned, Danny, if you do want to come in. So
and he's actually backstage. So we're actually going to add
fantastic.
in Danny, and we're going for another 25 minutes as we've been Skeptic Bible studying. Danny, I hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts about anything we've been talking about tonight?
On numbers?
Numbers or any of the subjects we've been talking about?
Well, last time I read numbers, I was like a kid. My parents put me through this Bible study, weekly Bible study, like 3 to 5 hours a week. And I remember not liking numbers. I thought it was far less interesting than all the other stuff. But then
lived up to that so far.
Is that what?
It's been pretty bad so far. So yeah.
Yeah, I really love the Genesis, Exodus, some of Leviticus. But my memory is really hazy with respect to Numbers and Deuteronomy. But I haven't read the Bible in a while. I need to. It's something I do miss doing. As an ex-Christian, I've never really looked at the Bible as some kind of maybe it is a problem. I'm not disputing it's not a problem, but I never really viewed it as a problematic book for Christians. Just because you can just take whatever interpretation you want.
They do, yeah.
But and still be, still like, I don't know. But like I need to read more of the Bible. Maybe I should join these more often.
Absolutely.
And what did Schopenhauer say about Hegel? Like he's like a charlatan or something? What made you bring up?
I caught his attention. That's got him. You just say talking about Hegel.
That was the tempter. Claire, what were you saying about the West being liberal or egalitarian or something?
What in the context of Hegel? Was that what the question?
Well, you mentioned the one of the deficiencies of empire as being and liberal.
I was saying
West.
Yes. So this is something I've noticed recently when comparing the history of Germany to the history of France. So we know the French had their revolution, but before that they had I guess they were boss of Europe. And after the French Revolution, they were briefly boss of the Europe when Napoleon was successful in his military campaigns, and then he got captured and died. And then the dominant nation became Germany in Europe. Maybe because they were Catholic and because they had lots of Germans who went all over the place, including America. And the French have been more, less populous, shall we say. And this will have an effect on, I guess, the future of your nation.
Yeah, so Hegel, where did you mention egalitarianism?
Hegel, I was just basically saying that there are all these different competing political ideologies. And I would classify religion as a political ideology too, and they would, be fought through the different groups of people who hold on to them, and they would, have this, fight, ideological warfare, and one of them would win, and then there would be another fight, another ideological war, and then eventually. The theory, according to Marx, is that we'll get to a workers' heaven. The fighting bit seems to make sense. And I suppose, in a way, the workers' heaven also makes sense because, they are the people, they are the majority of any nation, and, government should be for their, should be looking after them. And I think the majority of Westerners don't think their government is looking after them, that it has some, sinister purpose that is nothing to do with the national interest or the, the caring of the people they're supposed to be governing.
Right. Yeah, you were saying something more like the values of this society, which believes that the atheist point of society's view, or atheist view of society, was relying on sort of some kind of Hegelian Darwinian interpretation, and that could only lead to. I'm not sure exactly what you were saying it was going to
Right.
lead
I mean, I
to.
wasn't saying. Yeah, I mean, basically, if you're in a different group or political ideology, you're going to behave differently because your political principles are different. Liberals have a different idea of how to run things, and communists and fascists, and then they will eventually go to war with each other, I guess.
They do have their ideas, yeah.
Yeah, and they will die for them, and that's what
They
the Cold
did.
War is about. And so, in effect, politics and religion are the same thing.
Okay.
Which is why, when we argue about politics, it's kind of, well, the same buttons are pushed. We get upset with each other for the same reason, because, somebody will be saying things that oppose our political views that we might consider as sacrilege. And, eventually people will get to, right or wrong, good or evil, lunacy or sanity, and eventually have a fight.
I think I know what you're getting at, but I think it's too reductionistic.
I'm trying to make it simple for people. In what way do I lack nuance?
Well, no, I mean, it's just the idea is that, like, you could have a system in which has a very controversial set of politics. It's very polarized politically, but like everyone's a sort of universalist, and and not care about like the ideas that they could be in these, like, so I guess religious belief can be so divorced from like the political structure of a country. And that's just to say that I mean, then yeah, there is, and I was crediting you at the same time, right? Like, that yeah, but in this day and age, we are very sensitive about our religious belief, and in a lot of cases, especially in the United States, religious belief really influences a lot of political stances. Take homosexuality, abortion, whatever. But I just take that to be some kind of weird contingent fact that it's not so far-fetched to think that society could get to a point where people are very religious and it just really doesn't enter the political domain at all.
Well, I just don't think so, because what you have. Okay, say you had a theocracy and everybody knew what the laws were, and they had to follow it whether they liked it or not. But at least they know what the law was. But currently, the laws keep changing, and that's what I think is driving everyone crazy. And also, if you had a theocracy, there would be this theoretical hypothetical supreme authority, which, whether you believed in God or not, you would have to accept in theory, and you can order your thoughts that way. But currently, what we have is, my opinion is as good as yours, and I'll fight you. And so you have a more divisive society where people are not clear about the rules, and will probably never be clear about the rules, because who is to decide when we both disagree? It would only be the law or the government to say which of us is right or wrong. And obviously, when we get to the situation, we want the government to be implementing the right laws. But then how are we to know which laws are the best ones to have? And we, eventually we will be going back to the 10 Commandments, because these are the oldest laws that, even if we're atheists, we would all know about and can agree about. I mean, agree in the sense that we know what the 10 Commandments are, even if we don't agree that we're going to follow them.
Yeah, I've sort of lost sight of the disagreement, but it's okay.
Well, I mean, there's several things, just patently wrong in what you're saying. Firstly, they're not the oldest laws. Certainly, as atheists, we would never go back to, well, not that we ever did live under the 10 Commandments, but patently there's some parts there which are just not laws. They're just, I don't even know what they are. They're just
thought crimes, really, if you think
prohibitions.
of
Well, I don't
Um,
think women should ever be treated like property. So we're never
Well,
going to go
it
back
doesn't
there.
say that in the Ten Commandments that women should be treated as property.
Right. Okay.
But what
What
do you
if
say?
a woman wanted that?
Yeah,
Pardon?
even if women want it, I'm not
I
interested.
wish I was property sometimes. Life would be a lot easier.
Yeah,
Sure.
because I mean, I was saying on one of my
Until
streams
you had the shit
recently
beaten
that
out of
you
you.
know, are we the slaves of God who don't know we are the slaves of God, and which is higher status, people who know they're the slaves of God or people who don't know they're the slaves of God?
Yeah,
And
God doesn't exist, so I find that question rather ridiculous.
I would
Try
love to
saying
be
that 5 times fast.
too.
And
well, I think that there's a certain
quite
appeal
frankly,
to being told what to do and being praised for it. You
yeah,
know,
sure, it's lazy minds like enjoy lazy things. I understand that.
but we're acknowledging that sometimes we just want to know what the rules are so we can follow them and be rewarded for following them and you know be punished if we don't, but you know it helps us to know what the rules are, and if we don't know what they are, well, chaos ensues.
Okay, let's just do it one proposition at a time. What is a proposition or one sentence of our disagreement, Claire? Is your name Claire?
Yes.
Yeah, Claire. Okay, so let's start with number. Where do we disagree? Because I'm getting.
I don't know. I mean, I've said what I've said quite clearly.
Okay. So let's start with this. Let's just go down the row here. Do you think that religious belief and political belief or views, that these are a subset of one another or identical to each other?
I have said that the difference between politics and religion is a distinction without a difference. So they are the same thing. So
Okay.
you know, in the West, if I propose theocracy, everybody will go crazy because it is the opposite to what they have experienced. So you know, we can say it's religion, but you can't really divide the two. Well, you know, when does the politics bit of my proposition end and the religious bit begin? And in the end, you can say, well, the laws are different. You know, what you propose that we follow as a result of being a theocracy is entirely different to what we have now, and that's why we don't like it.
Yeah, I don't know where to go with this. Good luck sometime as you can. I don't want to do it anymore.
Oh, Daddy. Yeah, I know. It's a question of the other factual thing, of course, that you got wrong is that politicians judge the laws that we live under, and that's not the case. It's the judges that decide whether we're following laws or not following laws.
Claire, are you a theist?
No.
I'm an agnostic.
Okay, cool.
But I just see how these different systems work. You know, in that Simon was talking about, you know, who has power, and he was talking about the politicians and the judges. But I think it is the media, which I call the fourth estate. They have the most power. They tell our politicians.
I didn't say they had the most power, right? I mean, let's not straw man the fuck out of everything.
No, I'm just saying that
they're not the ones. The media are not the ones.
Has the most power. The fourth estate is now the first estate, and
Right.
the first estate, which is how the French before the French Revolution divided their estates. You know, the first estate was the priesthood, the Catholic Church. The second estate was the nobility, which is basically the warrior class, and the third estate were the commoners and the peasants.
Right.
There were the middle class and the peasants.
Sure. I mean, although by the time you get to, I mean, again, looking back historically, that certainly isn't the case by the time you get to the revolution, and certainly by the time you get to the 13 and 1400s, the warrior class are on the decline quite significantly as being any type of decider in war. But that's just historical bullshit, and I'm not particularly concerned with it. I'm more concerned with saying or not accepting that the laws which you're talking about, and I would agree with you that you know they're not great systems to be living under, and that's why we don't live under them these days, and why the isolation of religion from politics is a very good thing. Is simply because you know religion is extremely tribal, and the more tribal we get, then the less rights are going to be dished out to people, and obviously the worse that common people are going to find. Intolerable they're going to find it. Your system is wonderful for isolating an upper class and instituting a class system which feels it has the rights to rule other people, and
There will always be a class system. Even the communists were incapable of.
I'm not a communist, Claire. I mean, please.
I know, but what I'm trying to say is that whatever system you have, there will be a class and caste system, because you need to all, different people are good at different things, and you need, the workers to work, the middle class to, do their middle class things, and the warrior class, to do their thing, and the priesthood to tell everyone what to do. And you can see this in the Hindu caste system, where the priesthood is always top.
Sure. I mean, I frankly reject that, and I would say, the priest system, you don't need the priest to tell you what to do. If anything, it hasn't worked out very well for the world.
It didn't work out for the Hindus and the Christians either. The Jews and the Muslims don't have a priesthood. They follow the rule of law.
They have a priesthood. What are you talking about? What
Jews
do you think?
Don't have a priesthood. Jews don't have a priesthood.
Well, maybe you're not aware of Orthodox
not anymore.
Judaism.
No, we don't have a priesthood after they were kicked out of Israel.
Please.
But they do have priests in the Bible, because Arron right now is currently the head priest of the story, and his son just got killed.
Arron
Ra. And I actually wanted to push back on the statement that politics and religion are the same thing, because I think they're only the same, and that they sometimes piss people off at holidays. But I think that they have drastic differences, at least in my opinion. Politics is how we govern ourselves as a social species, and then religion is a package of beliefs for how we handled some of life's biggest questions. I don't think they currently answer almost any of life's biggest questions, but they were our first attempts at science.
They took a stab at it.
They took a stab at it. We had to, get through. We had to get through astrology to get to astronomy. Like, we had stages.
I think everyone agrees.
Chemistry.
I think everyone agrees with you, Amy. I think that if we're really trying to extend an olive branch to Claire, there is something about religious and political beliefs, and just the notion of, when we're talking about what it infuriates us as individuals in terms of views, is that we tend to get infuriated about things that we identify as, we see ourselves as, like, in some kind of like permanent way. When someone challenges that, or that we get defensive, right? So if you see yourself as a Christian, and someone attacks Christianity, there's room for a lot of a lot of emotion, right? Now I don't see myself as a mathematician, so if I do 9 times 9 and I write 72 mistake, and I thought it was 72, and someone corrects me on it, I'm like, I don't really care, because I don't see myself as a mathematician.
Whoa. Danny, someone, can we just get a block on Danny? He said he's I'm so tribal about mathematics.
Well, but the point is that if some people might identify as like some kind of like stellar mathematician, and so if you challenge them on their math, they're gonna get all heated, right? It's just the ideas that we identify with our political.
Sure. But are they
Amy taught high school science and math for 10 years.
No, my question would be, is there a moral compunction for mathematics or not?
Yeah, I think that just depends.
Oh, really? Okay. I'm not sure that, maybe if you're Pythagoras, yeah. But we've moved on. And my problem with relating or not separating politics, which seems to me in some sense the study of governing people, and it's not separating that from religion, is this tribal nature, right? Religions, by the very definition of them, are tribal. Okay, and because they have this moral component, it's much more serious to people something like mathematics, particularly.
But that seems like that's what I'm agreeing with you on. The ideas of if it's tribalistic, you see yourself as that's your identity, right? Your tribe, you, right? Like, and that's what makes room for all of the emotions and the heated, I think that, like, obviously I teach at a workplace, and I've gone to school, and those are like, that's not tribalistic. It can be tribalistic, right? You can see yourself as your college,
Well, it's divided up that way. That's how we divide up the world, right? And then that's why, I think that the modern age is such a great step forward from previous ages where tribalism was accepted as part of the status quo, and that's the problem.
Oh, I feel like we're still really tribalistic.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Danny. Especially in a country like America, of course, because it's a religious country, and that's my very point.
You think it's religious belief that does that?
Especially religious, and the reason it's so bad, is because it has a strong moral content, right? And so people become invested in it in such a way that they don't become invested in other things.
So funny you say that, because I want to bring up what I think Claire's trying to get her message. So she's saying religion's a moral system, as so is secular political ideology. I think the great thing about being secular is that it allows all faiths, and it is equal to all of them, including non-believers. And so really the entire goal of a secular political system is to function without trying to get in the way of people doing their daily routines. And she has two more, and then we're gonna wrap up into outros soon. Religion is about the rules, politics about the interpretation. We'll see. That's the problem. If you're gonna use, I don't like religion being the base for those rules. I also heard the 10 Commandments. If we were to go through the actual 10 Commandments, only two, maybe three of them are actual laws. Others, most of our societies actually permit worldwide. Now, I assume you're saying that's why we're going downhill. I think that's why we're going uphill.
But there are a lot of theists that think that good is independent from God, right? I mean, that's almost like near Catholic, right? Most Protestant Christians think that they accept some kind of divine command theory. The goodness is God's nature, God's will. But there's a tradition of theism that understands good as being independently accessible, such that someone that doesn't know God can still know the good, right? And so, it's the idea is that just because you have a set of religious belief doesn't need to be looked upon as like a set of rules, a set of like moral principles, right? They might think that God just kind of coincides with it or follows those rules.
That's grounds, I believe, is the
doesn't
term
have to be part of it.
It
just happens that it so often is part of it, but maybe
that's because you're around Protestant Christians, right? There's lots of religious people that think that goodness is independent from God and God just coincides for that. Kant believed that, right? There are a lot of intelligent theists that think that goodness is an independent standard.
I don't know many myself that would think it's independent. Hang on. I don't think it's independent in the sense that I mean independent. Independent as in you don't have to follow God to have morals, right? They say it's written on your heart. God wrote it on your heart, but of course that's assuming that there is a God to write it on your heart, and that can be some of the problem as well. So that little phrase does a lot of work for people who disagree with each other over moral ideas.
Yeah, but just even the phrase. Go ahead, Amy. Sorry.
Oh no, we'll get your final comment because Claire. I see your questions, Claire. I'll do like
Danny,
one or two more, but then
we'll let Amy.
And then we're gonna go into our outros. Well, I just see this. She's saying, "Well, Simon Pryor." I'm good with the sexual liberation. Like, I think there's actually benefit to modesty. I think there's benefit to family, and all of the things that you would associate as good, Claire. And then it's like a I'm trying to remember I guess maybe a clock, but the pendulum is that we want people to generally do whatever they want. I think once you liberate people, I think sometimes people go, a little bit crazy and go really free, but then they generally calm down and just do something in between. Where
I also think that some of the exponential growth in the West's economies is due to the sexual liberation, first of all, and secondly, I think we wouldn't have won the Second World War without sexual liberation, and thirdly, I think the amount of wife beating and the shame that wife went through when they had to suffer divorce. And so the extended periods of wife beating that they put themselves through in order to avoid that shame is a thing of the past. So, and I'm very glad for all of those things.
Mm-hmm.
And do you have a wife to beat, Simon?
So again, do I have a wife to beat? Was that the question? I don't.
Yes,
I'm not married. No.
So I think the problem about
I've never beaten a partner though.
That happens quite a lot in LGBT relationships too.
Sure,
it?
It might do. I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying I don't personally beat people because they disagree with me or because they won't do what I tell them.
I don't think any more than straight relationships. It's just a human problem that we should all work to.
I haven't got it to hand, but apparently lesbians beat each other up more than gay men. But I don't know if it's actually
I
true.
actually have statistics that would generally show that, generally speaking, with hate crimes, the correlation is penis. And so lesbians actually have some of the lowest rape statistics and some of the lowest hate crime statistics, because generally speaking, now it's not, correlation is not causation, but
apparently lesbian married couples divorce each other more than gay men,
and also they have the least amount of sex.
I actually think no, it's well, actually, I don't know about divorce. I don't want to make any claims on divorce, but yes, on sex, it is generally the correlation of generally is penis. Nothing wrong with penis. I sure as hell love it. But we're going to add in Peter, and then
speaking of penis,
basically when we want to.
God bless.
Speaking of penis, we're going to add
God bless Amy. Penis be upon her.
So Peter.
Penis be upon her.
Penis be upon her. We'll have many more spicy conversations. In fact, we thank you, Claire. I know you are really the only theist. I think Danny's an agnostic.
She's agnostic.
Well, that's
Claire's
true.
an agnostic.
But she is. Well, okay. Let me just ask you this, Claire. Do you consider yourself an agnostic atheist, agnostic theist, or just an agnostic? Or what's the...
I guess I'll have to be an agnostic theist because I'm promoting a theocracy. So, I guess logic would make me...
She's putting herself on team theist.
It's fine. That's fine. Jordan Peterson calls himself a Christian, so I think the rules are open here.
And all right, we're about to talk to the Fonzie. The Fonzie. I hope you are doing well. And
it's ball.
Okay, that makes
ball.
Sense. Ball.
Okay, so since we're talking about penis, let's bring in the dick. I'll just complete what Simon was trying to say.
Thank you, Peter.
See, I read minds.
Yeah. Thank you, Peter. Penis be upon you.
I see you came dressed as a penis as well. That's very helpful.
Yes. I came dressed as part of the leather community. There is something I don't know.
Yeah.
YMCA. I don't know what I'm doing, but I just heard a few things. I always love how people come up with statistics that doesn't seem to work. And it's always bad statistics about the group they're not part of. I'm glad you read it out, Amy, that was incorrect. It's the second time this week I heard that lesbians beat each other more. I haven't observed that in my house, but if it happens, I'll let all of you know.
Yeah, that was very unintuitive. I'd never heard of that either.
No.
I've heard of it before, but I just didn't.
I mean, my heart goes out. Now, men are abuse victims, so my heart goes out to them. But I don't think that lesbians are the highest category of that. Would shock me. I'm not.
No.
I'm open, but
although Danny said earlier he wanted to be property, and I'd be more than happy to beat Danny. I mean that would be just.
I want to be sexual property, though. I don't want to be like just like cool.
I wasn't talking about anything sexual. Just beat the fuck out of you.
Property is very sexual to me.
We won't kink shame anyone on this podcast.
Yeah. Okay. So when people say "get off my land," you completely disagree.
But actually, we are going to go into our intro outros. And Peter is going to start us off. But with that being said, we are bringing in the mimes. It has been fun, folks. We have been skeptic Bible studying. Time to bring in the mimes.
Mime is money.
That's right, baby. All right. We have been reading Numbers chapter 2 and 3, and we have also been getting into the theology battle, going back and forth. It has been fun. Pieter, Fonzie, I hope you I'm sending hearts out to you. And where can people find you? And what are your final thoughts?
First, Amy, sit on it.
Hot.
I mean, if we're going to have Fonzie references, then that's the insult to go to, right? Sit on it. And then people started sitting on it, and that's when the whole world went into decline, I think. I don't know. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I just woke up, so I missed everything.
You missed all the fun.
Yeah, apart from the last few minutes, and because Simon said half of the people in here are stupid, I thought I'd help out and bring some intelligence. Because I couldn't ask Simon to leave from the side chat. So
right, I think I said all people, but okay. if you want to kind of straw man what I was saying, that's fair enough.
I just woke up. I may have not heard everything the way it was said.
Can you post that? Can you post that meme you made, the ass of God? I don't think Amy's seen it yet.
Oh
my!
That's an evolving one. I don't know if I have that actually. I think I should have. Wait, why don't I have that? I do have that. There we go. I did add in Otangelo, and now Otangelo is mad that I made him into a tortoise. It's not a tortoise.
It's not a tortoise. It's Otangelo.
It's a chicken talker. I mean, fucker. Talker. I mean, talker.
Who's the guy on the far left? I couldn't make him out.
The guy on the far left. So the guy who's not actually part of the group.
Yeah.
That is Praise, who's not actually part of the group.
Oh.
I do have a different picture.
Is that his real picture? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that is Praise. I do have a different one of Praise as well. Praise is not really happy with that because I depicted him in the nude, and yeah, he's not really. Let's help Otangelo out a little bit.
Put his face on that picture of Stupid Whore Energy.
Oh, who's back, by the way? People have been asking where she was, but she's back.
Is she back? Where'd she go?
She has a different name. What was
a bunch of them, but
what was it?
Are you talking about? Sorry, I forgot to pay attention.
Stupid Whore Energy is back.
Oh, fantastic!
She's attended a lot of speed streams recently.
Nice.
What's her new name? Do you know?
It's something with nakedness, but if you look at the profile picture, you will know that it's her.
Okay.
And that's how I noticed. And I said, "Do I know you
Is it
under a different name?"
raw nakedness?
Raw nakedness.
She has a bunch of socks, so.
Yeah.
But I'm glad she's back. She's a good member of the community.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she is very smart.
She's a good egg.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, well, the praise might disagree.
I'm sure
praise,
he would.
praise would disagree with just about anything we say, of course.
Well, yeah, but she did make a pretty good appearance on Praise's channel.
Oh.
Impersonating Gavin, who's usually lying back naked from the waist up, and she thought she'd do the same thing, and pretty much, yeah, she scared Jill into oblivion. Because
praise,
it's
praise, yeah.
Worse than talking to a woman is having one right in front of you with bare breasts. That's obviously.
Oh my word!
Yeah,
sacrilege.
I heard he had to have counseling after that.
Yeah.
Poor Praise.
Most likely, but he's already gone back to Smokey saying he put that video out the other day.
I mean, everything Praise says usually changes within 24 hours. That's how you need to see all of that. You don't take him seriously because whatever he says is going to be the opposite within 24 hours. But yeah, I don't have a lot to contribute because I mention I just woke up? I just woke up. I have no clue what the hell I'm talking about and what I'm doing here. So in the words of the great philosopher Simonius Funcus, can someone take that ugly fucker off my screen, please?
Thank you.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much, Peter. And all right. Whoosh. I'm gonna wait for it. Doot. And then gone. Danny, we have been Skeptic Bible studying. We have read Numbers, chapters 2 and 3 of the 4th book of the Bible. I hope you had a good time, along with some theological discussion. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
Yeah, I don't. I got here really late, so I don't want to take too much time. But I'm very interested in. I love Old Testament stuff, so hope to be here next time. And you can find me on a YouTube channel called Phil Talk. It has a red logo. That's it.
By the way, Claire, you just posted inside chat. LGBTQ Black African American victims are more likely to experience physical, intimate partner violence. I think that comes with the territory if you are a victim, but I might be mistaken. I have no clue.
I do want to say just the problem with that stuff. You are linking a site that's basically trying to stress the need for victims in the LGBT community. It reminds me of creationists trying to use evolution papers.
Yeah.
And so it is an odd source to use
the statement that victims tend to be to get more abuse, yeah, that's probably why they're victims. I'm just saying.
It reminds me when they will try to say that transgenders have the most suicides, but transgenders actually have the most suicide attempts. It's actually straight white men, older white men, who have the most successful suicides.
Yeah,
and
Amy, if you want something done right, you need a man.
Well, and so it's just how you look at statistics. Yeah,
I read a statistic that females are usually most likely to have a vagina, which is shocking. I mean, pretty much what. Yeah.
How sexist.
Yeah.
But
I still find it funny. I don't think anyone got it yet, but yeah,
No, we all got it.
victims do tend to get more abuse than non-victims.
That is true.
But Simos Funk, we have been
it's
Skeptic Bible studying, that's right, on chapters 2 and 3 of Numbers, the 4th book of the Bible. Hope you had a good time, along with our theological discussion. Where can people find you, and what are your final thoughts?
Okay, well, people can find me at my YouTube channel, of course, where I do Formula 1 and DayZ. So please look that up. And, of course, that is just my name, YouTube channel, YouTube link and name. That'll get you there. And
might add the best Formula One podcast on the platform.
Thank you very much.
It's a fact.
Yeah. Okay.
I've tweeted that, so it's a fact. Don't argue with me. I've got the tweets to prove
I'm
it.
not arguing. You're distracting me. Okay. So as for numbers,
just to see if I could.
Sure. Thank you very much. Yep. Still going. Still going. I see. Well done. Could somebody get a mute on this fucker? Right. Okay. So I want to thank Claire for a stimulating conversation and bringing up these points. I wish we could have gone at it a bit longer, of course. And also and also the respectful way that you engage. I like that very much. So thank you. Even though I fundamentally disagree with you on virtually everything, it's always a pleasure to go over these ideas. Numbers 2 and 3, they're just rather than chapters, they're shafters. Let me just say that. I don't think the Old Testament is worth the paper it's written on half the time. So I mean, people that idolize idolize is a good word. Iconography, or make this into some kind of icon, doing a big disservice, I feel, to humanity, and mainly because we've come so far past this, the baby steps, which are those original books. And as I said at the time, even those original books are a pale copy of books that went before them. So I feel very sorry. Go ahead.
On August 18th, can I stress that you then watch on Ross channel? Okay. I finally get to meet my favorite Bible scholar of all time, who's going to be a guest there, and I'm pretty sure she's going to agree with every word you just said about the Old Testament.
Good.
And she's from your country as well.
Good. Are we talking Francesca Stavrakopoulos?
Exactly.
Do you know, how did I know that? She's great. Okay. Anyway, obviously, Arron Ra. Don't subscribe to him. He knows.
Arron.
No, I don't care. Yeah. You pronounce it that way. I pronounce it this way, right? He knows nothing. Okay. No, I love him to pieces, of course. Stavrakopoulos, I said, but yeah. She's a Greek New Testament scholar, I believe, actually. Oh no, Old Testament scholar. Yeah.
She did a great documentary on God's wife. That is a must-watch.
She did that. She's also an agnostic, I believe, as well, which should interest you, Claire. But nonetheless, it's all bullshit. We've moved well beyond it. And the problem I have with the religious view is that it will remain tribal. Join us or be outside the tribe. Whereas, of course, the real tribe that we should be trying to get to, not that's tribalism isn't the thing, which I think Danny was getting to. But I think we need to class ourselves as a tribe of humans and drop all of this fucking bullshit about trying to be different from each other and making that a way to aggrandize ourselves. And that's the real problem of humanity. So thank you very much for that, Amy, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Simos. And all right, we're moving down the list. We just have 3 ship members to go in our skeptic ship.
I'm hearing everything wrong. I thought you said shafters instead of chapters, and now I'm hearing there's three ship people to go.
That's right. We have loaded up our skeptic ship. But Claire, and sending love, Simos. And Claire, we have been, we've been past midnight ranting. We are Skeptic Bible studying. We have been reading chapters 2 and 3 of Numbers, along with some theological discussion. Hope you had a good time. Where can people find you? And what are your final thoughts?
Thank you, Amy, for having me. You can find me on my channel of my name, Claire Core, and I've got a secondary channel called The Hardcore Prawn when I get strikes. I do enjoy having theological discussions, whether with theists, agnostics, and atheists. So thank you for having me on. It's always stimulating to have a different point of view.
So you get strikes?
Mm-hmm.
I think doesn't everyone from time to time?
Thank you so very.
No, it's see, this the stupid thing when you go on a platform and you agree with their rules, and basically if you just do that, then you can't get a strike. It's impossible. But I think that's where honesty comes into play.
This might be. Oh, continue.
Sorry, okay. I'll finish now, and I won't say anything more. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so very much, Claire. Might be, hey, we could use YouTube sponsorship as a debate me bra or something like that. Who knows? Except for Grumpy, because Grumpy, you. No, just kidding. I love the Grumpy.
Debate your bra.
That's right. You need to debate my bra. Specifically, it's a black one.
I've got to see. I have to see this bra. That's all.
Yeah, that.
Well, I will say,
Simon, that is on the MDD platform.
It's hard, because it's actually a sentient bra that is now trying to shoot lasers. So you have to defeat that bra. Is it an agency? I don't know.
Now, I am well aware that female protuberances do have a lot of power over men, but I didn't know they were that intense.
Learn something new all the time, right?
And all right, James, I'm giving you the keys. The night is not young, but we've had a good time.
We're getting there
on our Skeptic Bible study. Our episode 40. Which is kind of cray-cray.
Yeah, I was looking at that the other day. We were at 39. So, wow. Doesn't seem like that long, but I guess it is. But thanks, everybody, for coming on, being a part of the show. And we'll probably be back on Thursday. That's the goal for right now. But so, yeah, keep your eyes open for a stream on Thursday. Probably earlier than usual. Thanks, guys.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much, James. That's right. I think it's going to be a skeptic and ranting on Thursday. Oh, baby. So we can really dive deep into the topics.
Amy, I think I've got the image for your new show.
There you go. Well, I was just saying, most of my blahs, because I have my gothic dark edge, most of my bras are black. You need every one or two, you need a white bra or a tan bra, because those go well. But I will say, good old, because half of my wardrobe is black, so you might as well. I love that movie, by the way. I love all the Austin Powers movies.
Oh,
it's from Austin Powers, right?
Yeah, they were good.
And all right, enough about fashion. Though, really, can we ever talk enough about fashion? But I hope you all. What's that?
It's not possible.
It's not possible. Though God is quite the fashionista. He was certain chapters. He's like, this shit better be silk. It better be linen. He doesn't like certain linens
Diamonds,
mixing.
stones.
And also, I didn't
Ironically,
put on my fancy leather jacket for nothing. I mean,
ironically, not only was he into fashion, he was also into being a fascist. So there we are.
Yes. Oddly enough, he was like the first. He's making the
real
original
fashion
OG on the fashion.
You're gonna wear that
he was
curious
a real
girdle.
fashion fascist.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're gonna wear that curious girdle, and I'm gonna tell you exactly how to build it to the stitch.
Yeah.
And if you do the stuff with the butt, we're gonna totally destroy your town. The whole
Don't
thing.
even think about strange fire.
Don't
now.
even
Or
think about
don't even
strange fire.
think about that.
I know.
Or wear mixed fabrics.
Or eat shellfish. Honestly, you just might as well not do shit. That really seems to be the theme of this guy. Is you're better off just not doing anything.
I learned a new thing on Quran lessons on Sunday, Amy. So apparently Muslims can not eat anything. No, wait. Muslims can only eat seafood that has scales. So if you happen upon a drug dealer floating in the ocean, you can eat him. He probably has scales.
If Croc from, is it DC? Is it Marvel? I forget which one Croc is. You can eat him, though you can't eat Crocodile Loki, who is the superior Loki. But I hope you all had a fun time on this episode of Skeptic Bible Study Strange Fire, because definitely not a thing this deity likes. Where tonight, God listed the tribes of Israel, took a census of the Levites, very important work, and killed another set of Arron's sons because of strange fire. Ooh.
Then he played Let the Bodies Hit the Floor.
I only wear the 501. Do I now qualify as a Levite?
Yes, you now do. You have to only and the uniform is only wearing Levi's jeans. It has to have. I want to thank Speedos.
Yeah.
There you go, baby.
Curious Speedo.
Curious Speedo. I only wear a three piece. I feel like that's from a bit somewhere, but I forget where. I want to thank my co-host James W. with our guests Claire, Simon Spunk, Danny, and Peter, along with all of our viewers, the lovely people in chat, and our awesome mods.
We love you guys
who make this stream so great. Don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe, and set that bell icon to all so you can be part of these live streams. Finally, if you'd like to help us make even more fun content, plus a whole bunch of fun perks, feel free to check out our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy.
Amy, I may have misheard. What did you say? Platform more fun pervs?
More fun perks at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I'm Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Bible Study.
Unless God kills us before then.
I know. We need those Thanos snaps. He doesn't seem to be first person anymore. Until next time.
Yeah. That our sound effect?
Ooh, future.